Oh boy. Good morning. And you ever get you just go like, I got a lot to talk about, and then whatever you're doing just happens, and now you don't remember what you were doing? Same. Fuck, I don't have Cookie Clicker open. Oh man. Uh, uh, wow. I am completely fucking brain dead right now. I'm sorry. Let me do that. Get that off my screen. Go here. Here, go there, like that main display. Dude, it has been a weird weekend. I've been like feeling a lot of things. I've been thinking about a lot of shit. It's that start of the year, man. That shit's real. Like that is. You feel like you're trying to stay on top of shit, and I'm just like, oh my god. I just keep feeling like it goes faster and faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. And then fucking Valentine's Day is around the corner and all that shit. All that fun stuff. What was it? Dude, I am so fucking beyond. Like, my brain is cooked. What was I doing? You know what? Let me do this. Hold on, let me move you back over. I think we'll do some shiny hunting today. We did it. Is that the right one? It is. Okay. There we go. All right, hold on. We need Just realize I can get away with most things at work when boss comes in if I just say, "Hey, it is what it is." Ain't that the realest shit anyone ever said ever? Let me get you open. You open. What am I missing? Oh, I never fucking go here. Start that up again. Hit that. Am I missing anything? Dude, it's so fucking loud. Uh, volume. Terabyte, advanced, volume mixer. I think we're good. Think we're good. Yep, we're good. We're set. Yippee! All right. Yeah, dude, I was not. I was like kind of feeling War Thunder, but I'm like, I can't do another thing of that. What's up, my mans and my friends? Nothing much, kid. Nothing much. Oh, let me change the category. Do that. Pokemon. That's what it's called. Yeah, that's what it's called. Pokemans. Oh, dude, long ass weekend. Fucking Super Bowl and all that stupid. I felt like shit. Pokemans. That's what I'm saying, Tucker. Oh god, it's almost Single Awareness Day. Brother, Super Bowl is losing its luster. Kendrick was great though. That okay. I will say homie went hard on that. I'm not a Kendrick fan. I'm not into that scene, but like I mean that was ruthless that he not like us, bro. Like that's diabolical. That's generational shade, bro. Generational shade. Bro, what is like my Pokemon card pulls have been fucking awful recently, dude. Kansas City deserved to lose that game, man. Absolutely atrocious. If I gotta choose anyone, it would be J. Cole, but objectively, Kendrick, the best of the generation. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. I have no say in anything regarding like hip hop or shit because my ass listens to the Beastie Boys and I listen. I don't know. I like that old school like bob and weave. That man won 5 Grammys with a diss track. That's mad. Okay, that's real. That's disgusting. That's diabolical. I love that like people were like sources say Drake not happy with the Super Bowl, and I'm like maybe he shouldn't be diddling kids, bro. I love the tweet someone put out that I oh my god, it is like Imagine being the 17-year-old girl that has to console Drake after that. Like, oh, dude. Like, actually get fucked. Like, been saying that since Euphoria. People think Drake's career is over. First of all, I think Drake's music is really garbage. Like, I don't know how anybody is convinced that that's like legit music. I think it sounds like shit. Like, dude, that motherfucker has like that motherfucker's got, too much money, too much power. Never liked him. He doesn't got it. You know what I mean? Like he just doesn't have it. Whatever it is, he doesn't have it. But I think a lot of other people thinks he does have it. I think he's just like one of those people who's just like those young girls clearly fall in love with him, and I'm just like, brother, come on. Like listen to the shit I'm listening to right now. I mean, like, ain't no one listen to this shit. But yeah, that Super Bowl performance, that Super Bowl game was like everything went right for the Eagles, and Philadelphia was on fire that night. He doesn't have the culture. Yeah, no, it's like to, but to be fair, I was sleeping. Like, dude, it's like, hey man, if I had millions of dollars, I'd probably do some stupid shit too. Not like that though. Not like that. I'm a good boy. But like, holy shit, man! Like to get floored like that live on national TV with like a billion people watching, like that's vile, absolutely vile. Not Kanye type stuff either, dude. Kanye, holy shit! Oh my god, like he went 12 hours. I was doing J. Cole type bullshit. Kanye has lost the plot. Dude, I'm just like, whatever people think social media is just getting out of fucking hand. I I think we're reaching. I I don't know where the peak is with social media shit. Like, where is the end of like you go too far, right? I think Kanye's was really pushing it. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Some of that shit was fucking funny. Like, at face value, it was funny. But, like, dude, 12 hours. 12 hours nonstop. Like, no one took his phone away. No one said it. I mean, people were saying shit, but, like, he did not stop. Like, did not care. And I'm just like, fuck, dude. Like, I don't even know how to react to that. I don't even know what to think about it. Like, holy shit, dude. I just am like, dude, here's the thing, right? If I was a billionaire, funny story, haven't fact checked it. Kanye said 7 million for a Super Bowl, paid 7 million for a Super Bowl ad by Diamond Teeth, and didn't have a budget anymore for an actual ad. Proceeded to once again do one on his phone, then made a fuck ton of money and lost all that gambling. Dude, it's one of those things where it's like people don't know what to do with their fame and fortune, right? Like if God blesses you like that, at every point I think within that is a test of what your character is and what you do, right? I don't know what Kanye thought the plot was. I don't know what his mindset is around all that shit. I like to imagine what I would do. Yeah, it should just be like Keanu Reeves, to be honest. Dude, Keanu's done it so good. But the thing is that, like, you have to think about, like, where he got his, like, shit together, right? Keanu got, uh, through a lot of trauma. And no one really talks about that. Hold on. I don't like the way this is set up. I wanted that a bit more centered. J. Cole and Kendrick make sense to me as well, but not really to you, I suppose. I don't know enough about them. That's the thing. I don't know enough about them. I don't pay enough attention. Wait, did something just happen? Hold on. Am I tripping or wait. Were we at 12:52 or were we at 13:02? We were at 13:02, right? What the hell just happened? I don't know. I'll clip. I'm tripping. Like, I feel it. That would be incredibly helpful, and I thank you for it. Where should I look? Just like a minute or two ago. Like, maybe, like, at most, like 5 minutes. If you could go, like, 5 minutes back. I really hate that I can't, like, go back. I can't go back in the stream efficiently. Like, that is something that drives me nuts. We were. What the hell happened? We were at 13, 13:10, 13:11. What the fuck just happened? Yeah, okay, it did change. We were at 13. Okay, we're at 13:13. I don't know why that happened. Weird. I don't know why it changed. I genuinely have no idea why it changed. Oh, weird. I think it's something with the way I've been with, like, the counter. Like, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed control or something. But, like, that was all right. That was weird. All right. All right, we're good. Crisis averted. But back to what we were talking about. I just don't know about enough about J. Cole and Kendrick. I just don't know enough about them. I can only go off of, like, what I would do, right? And here's the thing, though, is that if I don't know what they're fucking doing, they're probably doing something right. A humble guy. J. Cole doesn't buy big designer clothes or expensive jewelry or cars. The guy literally traverses on a bicycle. Kendrick's is very about his privacy, which is how it should be. Like, outside of this, like, I'm only willing to show what I'm willing to show, you know? And, like, if you're really famous, right? That's how it should be. No one really knows anything about him except for his music. Good. You shouldn't know anything about them. You shouldn't know anything about these people. Like, that's the thing, is if you can keep your professional life private, like, oh, dude, all day. Like, dude, I am not a fucking big streamer. I'm one of the small fish, right? But I still think about, like, I wanted to, like, make sure all the skeletons in my closet, for the most part, are dealt with. Because not just within a streaming space, but within, like, just, like, the realm of, like, you are showing yourself to more than just, you know, one or two people. Like, you have the possibility of showing yourself to thousands. You should be dealing with, like, your shit. That's great, though. I fuck with Cole and Kendrick for that, and anyone that wants to keep their privacy. Yeah, I mean, like, if you can maintain composure and, like, that's the thing, is that, like, because I think about what I want, right? And I'm sure you think about what you want. If you want, and, like, you put yourself in the situations of these incredibly famous and successful people, like, I think about it in terms of just, like, I would be like, every need and desire would be taken care of for myself, basically. Like, anything, like, you know, like, basic shit, like home, internet. And the thing is that, like, you can have luxuries, right? I'm sure they have, like, shoe collection or jewelry or something. Like, they have a collection of something. If you have money, you like collecting, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's like, if you avoid a drug problem, you're not a drunk. You're just like, you just like stuff, and you're not hoarding. Like, I know me, if I had, like, billions of dollars, I'm getting a really nice house, and I'm getting a car collection. Like, I would like to start acquiring vehicles because, like, I love cars. I love cars. But the other thing is that, like, I would like to throw it back at. I think about, like, if you have literally billions of dollars, like, people cannot conceive that level of wealth, right? What kind of cars do you want to get? Dude, where would I? If I'm starting right now, right? Like, cheap, moving, like, up, and because I still haven't bought my first car yet. That's been so difficult. But, like, if I had to get something, oh man, where would I start? I genuinely don't know where I would start. Hypothetically, you're the richest person in the world. We shiny hunting, yes sir. Let's go there. Richest person in the world. First car I'm getting, probably a Jaguar XJ220. For, like, if I have, like, endless amounts of money, XJ220, a 90s supercar, right off the bat. Like, I like weirder stuff. I like those early 90s supercars when shit was, like, really. I had to help install a washing machine. Oh, hell yeah. Absolute class first pick. I love that thing. It's so weird. And to me, that's my made it car, right? They're under $1 million, which is still a lot of money. You can get one for, like, 700 grand, which is, again, that's a house. That's a house. Like, but that's my made it car. You know, I see people like Doug DeMuro, Captain Sparkles, like, people that I've been watching for years, like, literally years, and they'll buy, like, a Carrera GT or a Ford GT, a lot of GTs, right? They'll buy that thing, and I'm like, when Captain Sparkles bought a Carrera GT, I was really shocked. I made a hypothetical rich person dream garage with a few friends, and the Jag XJ220 is in that too, class thing. Dude, my favorite thing about the XJ220 is how mad people got about how mad people got at it when it was new, because it was supposed to be all-wheel drive V12, and it was a V6 out of an MG Metro rear-wheel drive, but that thing still hit 220 miles an hour, and it was the fastest production car ever made for a couple months, and then the McLaren F1 came out. And I don't want a McLaren F1. I don't care for the thing. I think it's just complete for what it does. I don't think it's worth the value it is, right? And it's like it's much easier to work backwards from, like, an XJ220. I'm not really a big fan of that car either. It's just too expensive. If it was like an $800,000 car, I mean, like, in a GT Sport, fair enough. Like, if it was like an $800,000 car, if it was like a sub-million or like $1 million car, I think it would be worth it. My back and everything was already fucked before, and now it's hurt even more. Yikes. If it was like $1 million car, hell, even a $2 million car, I think it would be worth it. I really do. The price to performance is definitely there. You know what really pisses me off is that I love Ferrari. I like older Ferraris, like the F12, I think, was the last really good one. The F12 LaFerrari were like the two last like really Ferraris. Everything past that, like forward, is just like I don't have any interest in. But like my dream car, like my obtainable dream car, in my opinion, like is a Ferrari F12. That was the car. To me, that was the car that did it. When I saw one in person for the first time, and I heard it, because like I lived in Southern California, like they're not hard to see, especially when at the time they were new, right? That was the car that did it. Watching Jeremy Clarkson also rip it around on Top Gear, also like just that car holds such a specific point in my life, in my mind, and I'm like, if I bought one, if and when I buy one, never getting rid of it, never selling it. I would use it for everything. I don't care. I love that. I just love that car. I could give less of a shit about like a 458, a 488, like just, no way we're so back. Oh yeah. The F12. I could give less of a shit about any other Ferrari except the F50 specifically. For some reason, the F50, if we get to the point where we have more money than sense, I want to buy an F50 and nothing else. Like, I don't care about the F40. I don't care about the Enzo. I don't really care about the LaFerrari. I don't care about the 288 GTO. I don't care about the rest of them. But some reason, the F50 just stands out. And I'm like, something about it. Max needs a lot to just fucking destroy the Ferrari F12. Yeah. That was the Ferrari that really did it for me. That was the one. And I don't blame you. I totally get it if you're not a Ferrari person. Neither is the F50, to be honest. I totally get it. Ferrari is annoying. Ferrari is a really annoying company. They are really annoying to deal with. They're really stingy. They're really prudent. And the people who drive the cars are fucking assholes. But there's a different word. There's a different word I want to use that rhymes with bag. Because, like, they're just bastards. They buy these $1 million cars and then they fucking tuck them away. I genuinely believe a Lada is the best car to just fuck around in. I think it's like they are the worst. They are the worst. They hyperinflate the values of these vehicles because they're like, here's the thing is, right? We can all agree as like car people that like cars are like, in some aspect, they may not be the main reason, but you all have to agree that like a car is rolling sculpture, right? It's rolling art, no matter how ugly it is. It is something that I'd like to just old rally cars like Lancia Delta S4 Stradale 85. Love that. Yes. Oh my god. Rally cars were how like I want to get like my obtainable cars like when we start like actually like pulling bank. I want to get a Nissan GTI Pulsar, a Toyota Celica GT4, like the fucking, oh my god, like those 90s Alpine A110. The Alpine A110 is like GOAT. My favorite thing, here's the thing about Alpine is that like they made other cars too. They made an Alpine GTA V6. That's the one I want. It wasn't a rally car, but it was like a Group 4 car. I talked to these guys about the A10s. They're so sick. The A10 is like, if you don't want an old Porsche, get an A10. Like if you, and even like the new one, it's like if you don't want a Cayman or a Boxster, you get an A10. It just sucks that they, like, you can import them under like a view and display law. The A10 is objectively just the best car ever made. I love the idea of the A10. I don't think I'm brave enough to own an A10. I don't think I would appreciate it as much as someone else would. It's so badass. Yeah, we don't get them in the States. It's so tragic. We don't, like, it would be so amazing if we got French cars here. Like, I feel like the American market is really missing out. I'm Dutch, I could. Lucky bastard. like, dude, the thing about it is that, like, the flip side is that if you're European and you're really into trucks, you're kind of screwed because there are no, like, they do not sell like the Ford Raptor and shit. Like, but most people, I would say, like most people, like most car people, like you need to be that really specific niche where you just love trucks. I am very happy with my current car though. That's the thing. You have a Corvette. Like you're fucking like, dude. My biggest thing is that like I don't know like what I would want. I have ideas of what I would want for like my 20 to $10,000 car. I do like a Ford variation, off-road variation of the C4. Oh, dude, I remember. I hate this controller, dude. What car you have? I love the C4, the Citroen C4, the coupe, or like the three-door hatchback. Can I narrow? Can I borrow a fry? How's a gonna borrow a fry? You gonna give it back? Bro, like, you know what my biggest problem is, or like one of my biggest problems with cars is? I I wish I was a Honda person. Legit, like I probably would have a first car by now if I liked Hondas. I just don't care for them. I drive my parents' second car. Hell yeah. I wish too young and too broke to be thinking about my own. That is the feel, brother. That is the feel. Opel Corsa 1.6 liter, totally understandable. You know what do you like I found this out the other day, but apparently in America we got the Astra. It was a Saturn or it was a Pontiac. It was like a Pontiac Astra, but we got the Astra. That fucking I think it was the three-door hatchback and like gonna finish uni before I start earning money and begin being a car. Yeah. I feel like Max and Evan would be an insane combo in a rage game. We're trying. God damn it, dude! I fucking hate this controller. Totally fair. See, the thing is that like being in America, Max, it's so real with those Hondas. Like, I, I, I don't hate Hondas. I totally respect what they do. And our friend Dean has really made me appreciate what a Honda can and will do. But Opel is a special place in my heart, not gonna lie. Imagine Max and Evan playing chained together. Oh my god. One of my favorite cars is the Opel Manta. Dude, yes, I know exactly. The rally car Opels are sick too. But like, I respect the hell out of what Honda does. I just don't care for them. I don't like even something like the S2000 doesn't like scream at me. Like it just doesn't do it for me. Like the NSX is probably like the closest thing, like, but it's still like, eh. I remember before I got the GTI, I was debating a Civic hatch because they were so insanely cheap. If I ever do have the money I'm buying one of those. The A10s are too expensive. Look at that, can't afford that. You know what? I don't actually know how much an A10, like an old school like 70s A10. Hold on, Alpine. Bring a trailer. Let's see what Bring a Trailer's got. Alpine 1600 1.3 liter. In America, they're not that bad, but if you want like a legit one, they're like almost $200,000. But like a legit, like apparently, like the some of them are like 50. But I think the one like I'm seeing the ones that like are like the desirable ones. Those are the ones that are like $1,500 or like $150,000. Like this one sold for 160. Like that one's crazy. The thing with the S2000 is I can never not see it as Tony's car. The A10 and the NSX are the same problem in my opinion. They're collector prices, yep. They're great cars, but they're just owned by collectors driving up the prices. Actually, there's one online for $50,000. I think, like, here's the thing, right? In my mind, I view like $100,000+ cars as attainable, like very much attainable. Like 100,000 plus, like $200,000-$300,000 cars. I view that as an attainable dream car. It starts when you start getting into like the $500,000, like $1 million cars is where you really start needing to push. Like, could actually buy that if inflation isn't going to be a bitch in the next 10 years. Trust me, Max is going to make it big and going to get it at A10. Here's the thing, right? Is that like when we get to the point when we have the money, like I've always wanted to share the passion. I really need an A10. Gotta stop looking. Dude, that's the worst, especially when you're young and you start seeing all these cars. Dude, I'm going to break this controller one day. I'm going to break this controller, dude. I'm going to stop hitting it. I'm going to stop hitting it when it stops working, dude. Only 40K kilometers driven. Like, that's tragic to me. Like, that's tragic to me. Like, when someone, like, they buy these cars, right? And they just sit there. A sitting car is, like, the worst thing you can do to it. It is the worst thing you can do to a car. And it's just, like, whenever I watch, like, a Doug DeMuro video about, like, reliability issues of, like, exotic brands, like, something like Alpine, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, like, those, like, luxury brands or, like, those exotic brands, and they deteriorate and they get worse and worse and worse because parts and maintenance are so expensive. It's just like, just drive the fucking car, please. It's just like, when they sit, the seals and shit degrade, the suspension creaks, the plastics get sun damage. It's just like, performance cars should be driven until the wheels fall off. And like, here's the thing, right? Is that like, I remember, like, I talked to Aiden about this, but I remember seeing, like, there's a video on YouTube of when the Ferrari F430 was new, like the mid-engine, the car that was before the 458. They were driving it so much they blew up the motor. Like, there's a video on YouTube of a 430's engine grenading at the Ferrari test track, and they're like, "How long were you driving it for?" They were like 36. It was like 36 to 60 hours nonstop, full RPM. Everyone, like every test driver they had driving the track, they beat the fuck out of those cars, dude. And to say it's like, oh, they're unreliable after time, they don't do this, and I'm like, I'm sorry, bro. But when Jay Leno is telling me that, or like, here's the thing, right? I will trust Jay Leno's opinion on like reliability of cars, because like one car that I'll get to these in a second. Like, dude, like one car that I always hear that is like the most finicky, unreliable piece of shit is a McLaren P1. Like, that is like the top of the hill. Like, the McLaren P1, I've heard so many bad things about it long-term ownership-wise. Like, it gets really unreliable. When the battery dies, it is a fucking six-figure job to replace the battery. And Jay Leno is like, I've never replaced the battery on it. It runs perfectly fine. And you want to know why? It's because every time he takes it out, he runs it through all of its systems. Nose lift up and down. Make sure the wing goes up and down. Fucking take it to red line at least once. Like, it's not fucking science, dude. It's literally just run the car through its paces. Run the car through what it's supposed to do, and it'll never break. Pretty sure I can open an investment account with my bank and start putting shit in stocks, but I don't want to do math on taxes. Just don't do the taxes. It is important to get investing as soon as possible. Like, the sooner the better. But, like, people who say, like, oh, the car just is run... It's like, those are the people who take it out, like, once a month. You know? Like, it's like, of course it's gonna run like shit. Of course it is. What? You're not giving it a chance. You're just letting it die, dude. Like, I hate it, dude. I hate it when people say like cars are just unreliable. Fuck off. An A10 with 31,000 kilometers driven by in Italy. Don't torture yourself, man. Stop it. Don't torture yourself. I've been there. I've been there. I need me that thing. Like, dude, save yourself. Like, dude, bring a trailer auctions. Cars and bids auctions are like the worst. Like, if you don't have the money, I'm too young for this shit. Like, dude, I know we're going somewhere. I don't know where we're going, and I don't know when we're going, but we're going somewhere. We just need to blow up and act like we don't know nobody. But like, dude, the second we get like some like a cool car or even just a car in the general, like I want to do like I've always like I said this last stream, like I want to do car content. I've always like because like the whole group, like our group of friends is just completely ingrained in like driving culture and racing and like all this shit. And like I know Aiden has been wanting to get back into content creation and just those for it's one of those things where it's like it's just the start. Got 4.5 more years of uni at least as well. I'm gonna torture myself for 4.5 more years before I can think about a car. Oh, dude, that's tragic. That is tragic. It's like, dude, the worst is watching cars that you saw that used to be cheap get expensive. That is the worst feeling in the world because if I get a GF in the meantime, she won't let me buy an A10 because I got to think about a family and reliable car. Oh, dude, if you get the right woman, she will absolutely encourage your passion. That's the thing. I think that's like I've thought about that. It's just like, dude, don't get me wrong, there's some limits. But it's like if you're with the right woman, like, and she knows it's gonna make you happy, she'll let you do it. I mean, like, dude, seriously, like, an A10 really is not that crazy out of reach. It really isn't. But I've got too many things I want to be doing. It's too soon to be throwing stuff on top of yourself. Cause I don't know how old you are. I'm not gonna ask. But like I'm about to be 25, right? And I thought the same thing you did. Like when I was 18, like 16, 17, 18, 19, like before 20, like I was like, oh dude, I gotta hit the ground sprinting. I gotta do all this. I gotta do this and this and this and this and this. And it's just like, here's the thing, regardless of whether you say or not, life is gonna happen at its own pace and it's gonna be really annoying. So there's no reason to stress about it, which is fucked up. There's no reason to worry about it. There's no reason to do anything about it. I do feel like you have like some say in it for sure, but like there is a natural pace to which life is gonna go. I mean, I'm doing well for myself except for in love, but that's all good. Not worried about that. See, that's the thing. Like I'm getting like bro, like I had one of those good late night conversations with the fellas. Just want there, and I'm here. Like, dude, that's the thing. Like, I'm really just like, fuck, dude. Like, I want to, like, get that adulting shit going even while you're adulting. Like, I want to, like, get the family thing going. I want to do the passions. Like, I have, like, this vision for how I want to do life. And it's taking its time, right? Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm like, dude, I want to fall in love. I want to get a kid. I want a fucking house. I want the cars. And it's just like, I want my wife to be happy and all that shit. And like first you got to get a girl. We don't have that yet, but that's fine. It's like it's a time thing, right? The other thing is that like you got to work on yourself. Life happens at its own pace. You're perfectly on time for everything. Exactly. Like and I'm like I've been growing like my faith, you know, like I've talked about it on stream a little bit, but like still working it into just kind of like my rationale. Finding the right girl who will support you is also treating her right and will treat you right. Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. That's one of those things where like as I've gotten older, like I've really like I think I understood it before, but now it's just like no, like you need to you now understand it. You know what I mean? A friend of mine told me that the most people fall in love around their 30s, which I found depressing, not gonna lie. I mean, it's true. Because like here's the thing, it's like you can be with a girl for years, man. Like I mean like when I first got don't dump money on a girl and you'll talk about money problems and then I went and dropped big money on getting the Corvette, and she was nothing but supportive. Yeah, no, like Aiden's got a fucking good one right now. I think most of the group, at least for now, some of them are a little too early to call it right now. But like, I feel like most of the fellas got good women right now. To be fair, had an evening where I really fucked up and my ex ended things, and she was trying to cheer me up. The thing is that like you just don't know, didn't really work. That's the thing. Like it's just like I feel like everyone gets like that either one test girl or like multiple. She'll respect your passion if she doesn't feel like she's taking a backseat to them. The thing is that like either you're gonna get that one girl who's kind of like your your glimpse into the future, or you're gonna get a few and they're going to be different levels of good and bad. Like I know I've had a lot of bad experiences, but there was that one that like kind of gave me hope into like, okay, this is like the thing to shoot for. This is what makes sense. Some things within it didn't make sense, right? All that shit. But I do feel like that there's something more, right? And finding that is kind of wanted my ex to be the one I married. Was really optimistic, so I think that I knew that. It's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, that's one of life's curveballs, man. Like, I thought I was gonna marry my first girlfriend, but I was also like 16. I value my experience with my ex because I feel like it sets you up for knowing when you found the right person. Oh, absolutely. Lawless be winning in life. Lawless is doing pretty well. I'm always rooting for my fella. But the thing is that like remember, there's also two sides to this coin. For every good thing, there's a bad thing, right? And most of the time, the bad things are hidden. Yeah, exactly. I grew a lot of my previous relationships, and I'm thankful for that. I think that's the thing about most men is that like it's just like knowing yourself. You discover things, and now, and I know how to do to better myself in it. That's due to that. 100%, 100%, dude. And yeah, it's just like it's just it's another thing to just like learn to treat yourself right. Learn to treat yourself right. Learn to be like a better version of you, right? Because like I think back to myself, like I always bring this up because it's such a stark reminder of like where I was to now where I am. Of like I think back like 6 years ago, 5, 7, or 7, 8 years ago now. I don't even know how long, but like just back, like where I didn't take care of myself. I was really overweight. I was really unhealthy. I looked like shit. Like a bunch of things. I had no goal in life other than like trying to make millions of dollars. Let's go! Let's go! Thank you, Nate. And like, yeah, it was one of those things. You got to realize your potential and realize you'll always grow all throughout your life, right? Because your potential is always increasing too. Yeah, 100%. Taking those bad experiences in the way that they grow, right? Why do you stick to like whenever I use this controller, I'm like, I need to just buy a new controller. But I'm like, how often am I going to use it? Blah 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 blah. Worst controller. I spent too much money on it. But like, yeah, like just having those experiences is like, I'm gonna be on War Thunder But, like, whatever you feel like, we can play together. Fair enough, King. Fair enough. I'm in one of those chatty moods. I wasn't quite feeling War Thunder yet, but we may see later. Oh, dude, fucking huge W putting this fan back in my room. Oh, that's my thing. We like chatting over here. That's the thing. I like doing the chatting, and y'all like to stick around for it. This Reggie Rock ain't gonna catch itself. That's what I'm telling him. That's what I'm telling the boys down in the mine. But yeah, man. Like, dude, life be tricky like that. I definitely feel better. Like, the thing is that, like, I go a lot off of feeling. And the fact that I'm, like, feeling more, right? Like, more bad, like, more, like, you know, like, nails on a chalkboard, but also, like, more of just, like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, I think back when I was at my worst, I felt like nothing. You know, like, one of the greatest tragedies in life is that it has to be lived forward, but only makes sense in reverse. Yes. That's the thing. Like, that's why people have, like, a belief system. That's why people turn to religion and shit, in my opinion. To try, not necessarily to make sense of it, but to just kind of feel a little bit of ease when going into the unknown. But, like, dude, I know that, for me at least, things just started making sense that didn't make sense when I just, like, kind of let shit go. You try to make that best decision possible in each situation based on your previous experience, right? Of course. Of course. But there's also a limit, right? Where I'll be talking to somebody who I'm trying to build a connection with, and there's something I really want to say, right? I really want to get it out. But the the conversation's dead. It's been dead for, like, either days or hours, right? And past me would have blown up their phone. Past me would have blown up their phone trying to get every word I could have said edgewise in just to try and, like, get an inkling of response, right? But now I'm like, I kind of hold it in because I'm just like, that's not really what I want. You know, it's a basic sense of it, but it's like, it's not really what I want. It's not, I don't want to bug them. I want them to be at peace, right? Like, I don't want to be the reason they don't have peace. And I don't want to, like, the thing is that, like, I know that it will subside, right? It will subside. Like, past me would have just let it rip and it would have thought about it. And the other thing is just, like, just thinking of, like, sad shit when talking to someone. You can't think of anything good to say, and you're just like, nowadays, like, I'll catch it more or less, and I'm being like, it's probably not the right move. You know what I mean? Like, just relax, right? It's one of those, it's so hard to do that. It's so hard to just be like, you know, you just gotta chill. Just chill for a minute. Like, just to let things go the way they need to go. Because the other thing is that, like, I kind of find peace in, like, I'm not in control over a lot of things. Anything to take that load, that pressure off of myself, like, I'll think about it. I do meditation when shit hits the fan. That works. I've done meditation. I just get in this different. That's why. See, for me, it's why I work out. A big reason, not just for, you know, not just for the physical benefit, but because it's the one time of day where I can almost guarantee that my brain is off. I had to be doing that shit a lot lately. The thing is that, like, for me at least, is that, again, like, finding, like, more of a... I've been just kind of falling more and more into religion, because I was never a religious person. My family is not into religion. All of that shit. Just, things just kind of started clicking a bit in that space of, like, I want to be a little more calm and a little more refined and rounded, more loved, more peace, like, a bunch of that type of stuff. And I found it there. So if that's the takeaway, that's the takeaway. Oh yeah, I want to work out too, but I'm currently so busy that uni work and training people as well. I don't have time. Working out is one of the hardest things to get into your routine. It really is. It really, really is. And there's just like it's so frustrating because you have like either like a person immediately in your life or you see a social media thing and they're like, you gotta do this, you gotta work out, you gotta get swole, you gotta do, and it eats at you, man. It does. It fucking eats at you. It sucks. It's like, and you're just like, I want to do it, but it just like I've trained judo 2-3 times a week for 15 years, and also that should work. Oh, dude, yeah. If you're doing like a martial art or something, that definitely counts. That is 100%. Like it's just like it's so hard, like seeing through the noise of other people's opinions, just figuring it out, right? And the thing that's been really interesting is usually like I would say like a lot of people would like fall back on like a substance, right? Either drink, smoking, whatever. I feel like I've noticed that even like within my immediate world, I've noticed that people pulling away from that space. Like something's changed. And I'm finding that really interesting. You don't want to controller, if you don't want me to smack the shit out of you, you better start fucking working more frequently. People show off the results but not the process. Well, I think the process is the most beautiful part of it. Oh, dude. My friends go to the gym and they're willing to help me with workout plans in the beginning, so that's great. But social media, for example, makes it so you think the process is 1 week. Oh, dude, yeah, you do 2 sit-ups and you look at your stomach and try and see 6 packs. I've been working out for like 2 hours a day, 4 days a week for like 3 years, and I still like I don't have a 6 pack, but I definitely have been growing in muscle for sure. Like I am definitely stronger than where I used to be, right? But I don't have the visual, which sucks, and it's mainly because of my diet. My diet could be better for sure. And regarding substance, yeah, that's true for sure. Uni is just mainly alcoholics not wanting to face their problems. Quite sad. A lot of my friend group too. It rotates with time. It does. And I've met people within the group, and like I had a good conversation with one of our fellas, and like I know people who can't handle their drink. Thankfully, no one here right now. Yeah, abs is like all diet, and I just do not care enough to be honest. I'm not a big fan of substances at all. None of it. I've never been. Hey VGM, I've never been. I've never really been a big smoker. I've never actually smoked. Actually, that is like I've never smoked. I tried drinking for a bit. I just never liked the way I felt. It never. It just always like. Woo! Substances. Hilarious Death Note killer within you. Where are my keys? That's the thing. Yeah, like I was never a big person to partake. I don't drink partially because a few of my friends just go overboard with alcohol to deal with issues. No form of self-reflection. Yeah, just just escaping reality. That's kind of how I saw it too. And the thing is that like it's like if that's the mindset and like that's the viewpoint, I think it's just healthier to just not do it. And I agree that there's sometimes it's like if you drink with the right people, it can heighten the experience. But that is I never felt that it heightened the experience enough. And Akira was when I was mellow and asked L to give it to me, and he got caught and killed Kira instead of me. Instead of it's mellow, and so I won instead of them. Nice, but I'm not trying to find out. It's one of the yeah. If it doesn't feel right to you, if it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like if it just doesn't, you don't get that feel from it. You know, like everyone knows what that feeling is. I already feel like my voice is going. I wonder if it's like one of my friends wants me to judge how she is like when she's drunk, and I don't want to do that at all. And those are the people you just kind of slowly distance yourself from. At least because my heart rate is. To be fair, I'm kind of scared my heart is just gonna give up on me if I get too drunk. I'm like 40, 50. Just add an extra zero to the counter. Why does she want you to judge? Kids are stupid. The shiny counter. Oh, I know. What are the odds on this? Full odds, so 4,096. Probably because I don't drink and she's a full-blown alcoholic. I've told her previous encounters with drunk people. How does she act, though? Got a massive lazy eye for some reason right now. Oh, yeah. Love it. When she's not drunk, she acts weird. Damn, bro, honestly, you may just be adding that zero. Why do you think I don't want to experience that? I've also just, like, it really depends on, like, the day. He's talking about the shiny counter. Like, that's the thing, is just, like, whenever I would drink, especially when I was coming out of it, like, I always just felt like I'm, like, also thanks for liking me on Pocket and for the tickets. Oh, yeah. I've been getting better at that rotation. Because I'm the only one in my friend group from high school that didn't drink. I was always locked into bringing people home. Oh, I've noticed that with just Europeans in general who come around here. I smell alcohol every day in my commute, so I'm so desensitized I can't be drunk to people. Dude, like, that's the thing about it. I think in America, is she closer to happy drunk or angry drunk? Europeans go mad crazy on alcohol. Oh, yeah. Because angry could totally understand not wanting to be part of that. Depends on the mood, I guess. I was gonna say sad drunk with a mix of angry. Eastern Europe is champagne and wine. Eastern Europe is fucking. If it's below 15%, it ain't alcohol. Oh god, yeah, that's a handful. Not the move. I don't know. I find it really easy to just not have the bottle in my house. Like it's just to kind of just want to avoid my any party she's gonna go to. Parties in general are just like, I don't know. I like what I like. Other people like what they like. Pokemon Shiny Pearl, Nuzlocke when. Hush. But she wants me to go to parties she's hosting in May, luckily, so I have got some time. It's been years. Yeah. I'm not really the kind of person for the over-the-top parties more than 20 people. I've become much more of a kickback drinker. I haven't been into a club and a bar in a while. I've noticed that. Like, y'all have not been doing the clubbing and the parties and shit. But I'll drink at a friend's house having our group over. It seems like the more appropriate place, too. I'm also, like, trying to limit my because I can't believe I'm already feeling my voice starting to go. Dude, swear I've noticed like having a GF just takes it out of you. Good. That's a great that is a great thing. To be locked down like that is like that's the thing I never understood. Even like when I was younger, like you always see that meme post of like, "What, you want to sleep with the same person every day of your life?" And I'm like, "Yes." You want that one person to love and care for you for the rest of your life? Yes. What? And it's just like it hits me and you're like, man, there are people out there who really are just like they cannot be satisfied with one person. To be fair though, that girl seems like she only wanted to talk when she's bored. What's up? Oh, okay. To be fair, that girl seems like she only wants to talk when she's got problems or when she's bored. And I don't want to be friends with someone like that. Toxic environment. I told her because she wouldn't get it. But the hype at the club was the game, to be honest. And I'm trying to remove myself from those, at least for me. That was the thing, right? Like, even my mom would tell me, like, he's like, oh, you gotta just meet a girl at a bar. And I'm like, I don't want to meet those people, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't know it at the time. I've just noticed after dating her that I'm way less interested. Yeah, man. I think it's two things. It's like one where you've got like a good girl, as well as you just get older and just like music starts getting a little too loud after a while. Your feet hurt, your back hurts. Like you just like I want to crawl in bed. Like you know what I mean? Like I like that happened to me really early. Like just like first like the music starts getting too loud and like I've never gone to a club. I've always had zero interest. But like even like at like our group get together, it's like the music starts getting a little too loud after a while. Functions with around 5-10 people are the best. Buds are the best. Oh, 100%. But goddamn, like I'd rather just like someday the old days of going to Wesley's were amazing. I don't like being touched either, so clubs aren't for me. Dude, the biggest thing for me is how you gotta turn into a D1 linebacker on defense when you're with your girl. Oh, dude, yeah, that is just no. Like, man, my female classmates are so fine, but I am not shooting or a shot because I will not stand for another year of school being awkward. I always felt like that when I would go to school. Like, I always thought it was like a big mistake to like date someone you went to school with because it was just like if it doesn't go well, that shit sucks. Because I always saw that from the sidelines. Like my first girlfriend, like she was not at the same school as me. And that was a blessing. Like, I knew it at the time that it was just like, this is great. Like, I don't have to worry about it. I can still do me. Like, I can still be me. But, like, fuck, dude. Like when I broke things off with her, I was still in school, and I was just like, bro, had the she goes to a different school line. No, I did. Like I have like the thing is the different thing is that I actually have proof of it. She goes to a different school. Like that was the thing, right? It was like I caught so much shit in middle school for that because it was just like it was the same thing. It's like, oh, she goes to a different school. And I'm like, but it was like legit. She literally lived in a different place. She lived in fucking Oxnard, dude. She lived like a fucking hour away from me. And when you're like 14, like 13, 14, 15, I was dating a girl a year below my year. Perv. Broke up with her when I started uni. It was one of those, it was just like, I will rather kill myself before shooting a shot with someone in my grade. So I haven't seen her in a while. I just think that it's like when you're young, there's too like you don't have enough figured out to make it make sense. You don't. You just don't. You don't have enough info. You just don't have enough life experience. And like I never understood that when my mom would tell me that or my dad would tell me that like just like you're not you never want to hear that you're not in love with somebody that you're like genuinely into, but it's like there is like there's a difference for sure. And what if the one is in there? If the one's in there, then you'll know for sure. Like you don't have to find them. That's the thing. Is that if it's the one, you don't have to find them. You don't have to look. You never do know, to be honest. You always feel like you've got the experience because you know nothing else. The thing about like that right woman, you'll never know. She could be the rebound girl for all you know. Like I've seen I've seen those posts like those tweets of just like so you date the girl for like 6 years, you break up, and then it's like the girl you met a month after the breakup is like your wife. You never know. You genuinely never know. You can't make sense of it. That's why you just gotta chill. Now you know when it's when it's the rebound girl. That's the thing. Like I have my own way of viewing it, and a lot of people are everyone's view of like this subject is going to be different. That's the thing. So it's just like there's always that like possibility. Again, you just don't know. You have no idea. All I know is that like probably avoid the dating apps and just work on yourself. Work on yourself. Find a good group of friends to hang around, and and it's just like just kind of law of attraction sort of thing. Sure, yeah. At least for me, I know damn well like this one's not going anywhere. Bro, dating apps are bad, dude. Dating apps are the worst. Like, I have never felt more out of my element in my life than a dating app. Purely. And I got nothing out of it. Nothing. Like, nothing came of it. In my opinion, dating apps are good for keeping yourself social, but never take them seriously. Dude, I think it may be because of where I live. Like, I'm not in a very, like, compacted area. Pack opening time. So, like, it definitely affected, like, the dating apps. But, like, dude, I had no play on that shit at all. Like, I couldn't find a single person to talk to. That was a lot of it. How I view it. If you respect yourself, you don't look for love on apps. Oh, you do. I did it because, again, like, I was not a very... I had very little social contact. I had very little... Like, apart from, like, Discord with my friends, I just didn't go out. Like... So it was one of those things where I'm like, I was so desperate for like something else, and it just nothing got off the ground. It was terrible. It was awful. And then the one person that I actually like started talking to was a fucking scammer. And that was it. Like that was like the fucking straw that broke the camel's back. That was awful. I was just like, okay. Like I've never been more like felt like I was an idiot. I was so angry. I didn't go on a single date from a dating app expecting to give any more time than I wanted to give. And that was the thing, is that like I was trying to find something very specific, right? You're letting down the Europeans. You're supposed to have superior grammar. The thing is it like I was looking for something very specific, and I didn't quite know that at the time, but now I do. I do feel like though that what I was looking for absolutely wasn't there, and I would tell my mom that, and she was like, "No, there. Like, you just got to keep looking." Like, man, I was just like, even talking about it makes me really uncomfortable. Like, I hated that part. I hated that portion of like that experience. My opinion on those apps is just messing around. You want something specific, it's not there. Eric, though, that guy was the exception for sure. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how the hell he did it. Lawless too. I don't know how the hell they did it. I think the other thing is Eric. Actually, no. Eric is 100% like shot in the dark. You know, like that dude. Like he found a good girl on a dating app in LA. Like that's crazy. Like you want to talk about fucking odds? Like that. Like you probably have a better chance of winning the fucking lottery. Like that was nuts. Like Lawless at least wasn't in like a. He wasn't in LA. That was a big one. Like you expected pardoned for your inexcusable blunder. How dare thee? Erica was way more wild than Lawless because he not only did that, but she was his literal first match. That's wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. And now they live together. Fucking wild. Like bro got a match and was like, "Oh, cool. I did it right." Eric has always been like just that little goober, bro. Gotta say this again. Lawless be winning. Eric has always been that little goober. Like he just like he goes through life with such a genuine like what is it? Like innocence. And it just works. Like I mean like sure, okay, like he's had like a few moments that like were like, "Oh fuck." Like I don't want to like I won't talk about him on stream to just keep his privacy, but like damn. Like everything else though has been pretty with it. Ah, damn it. You ever just be sitting too long and just starts crushing your grundle, bro? Like, oh my god. Honestly, Lawless is my role model at this point. Lawless is doing it well. That guy will never cheat on that woman or do anything close as long as he lives. Oh, dude, no way. No way. That's the thing that, in my opinion, like, whoever I'm with next, it's like, that's it. I'm done. Don't know when that'll be, but God's winding up, bro. That is that as much as I know is feels real. Like because you know, like the thing is that like the only reason I feel that is because I've made so much progress on myself and like I've had a lot of good health, like mentality wise, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Like just feel like okay, Like, this feels like progress. To any woman I pull, just know that if I've pulled you, I will not be able to reel in another. That's real. Because here's the other thing is that, like, the only, like, kind of emotion I'm a bit afraid of is that I don't want to do this feeling again. I hate this. Like, I live in a state of, like, constant anguish over this specific situation, right? It feels like literally walking through a minefield, and if I get blown up, it's entirely my own fault, and it just sucks so badly. Where you're just like, you're trying not to be pervy, you're trying to be a good person, you're trying to like you're trying to get to the holy grail, like, you know, you're trying to do all these things at the same time, and like, it's just like, and then on top of that, you have to be patient, and I'm the most impatient person God ever created. But like, I've been doing so good, and I thank God for that. I've been doing so good. uh I think another sign, like, just outside of like personal growth, I think the deletion, the fucking Thanos snapping of the Try Me and Find Out channel was like a big step. Max, you haven't met my buddy. He crashes out at the slightest inconvenience. My opinion is two things someone needs to do to be available to the opportunity of focusing on yourself and just putting yourself out there indirectly. That channel needed to go. Dude, it was like one of those things where like I was just staring. I was staring just at the channel like description, and I'm like, God, I hate looking at it. I just hated looking at it. And it was like one of those things where it was just like, oh, it was only downhill from there because it was just going to be more people asking me or Dean or Evan to ban them from that chat so their girls wouldn't see it. And it was just like, okay, like, this needs to go. This needs to go. Needed to go. Not the move. Just kicking porn in general is just like, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. It just is like, it's night and day. I need a question quick. I don't know. Question for what? Fun question to ask. I don't know. I'm not thinking. How many nuts you got? I ask a question every evening to some people. That's in 9 minutes. Would you rather one dead body or 7,413 roaches in your attic? I think, oh God, dead body would consider. I might. I really hate that I'm leaning towards the roaches because I'm thinking about it's like one phone call to Orkin and that's done. Like, they're gone. They're all dead. But a dead body, you don't know it's there for a while. Anyone who's had to get rid of roaches will pick the dead body. The thing is that like I have had to get rid of roaches. Roaches are awful. Roaches are like, I've had a roach crawl on my body. I hate them. They're the worst bug God ever created. They're awful. They're the most disgusting, vile thing. But the thing is that a dead body is like, how long is that body? I think about like, how long has that body been there, right? Is it a fresh dead body? What season is it? If it's the middle of summer, you'll know, because that shit will stink. And then you got to get like, I feel like I'm thinking about everything after you discover the body, right? You know what I mean? Because it's like, you discover roaches in your attic. Yeah, that sucks. That really does suck. But you call Orkin and you just say like, hey, I got a roach problem. Get your fucking ass down here. They will be there that day. Like, they will be there and they will kill every fucking bug in your vicinity. I would rather go to Australia during spider season than to be stranded at Point Nemo. Oh my god. Oh, Point Nemo. I would rather like be anywhere else than Point Nemo. I'd rather call about the dead body with the knowledge that I'll probably have to testify in court just to know there's no roaches in my house. I think it really, if the body is fresh, it helps the situation. But if it's like old, because then your house needs to be refinished. Like if you've ever seen like crime documentaries of like what happens to a body like that's been dead for like a month or two, like it literally starts eating away at like floorboards and like decaying. It's really disgusting. It's really bad. Like, I hate, don't get me wrong, I fucking hate roaches. I hate them more than most people. Like, but like a body is a body. Like, also, for those who don't know what Point Nemo is, it's the furthest point from any landmass, by the way, in the middle of the ocean. If it's already rotted, then there's fucking body fluid everywhere. A grill is a grill. Like, bodily fluids from a decaying body is like, people do not understand how toxic that shit is. Like, no, genuinely. Like, that shit is vile. Like, everything drains out of the body when it decays. It's like, thought of something. Awful question. But it is what it is. I'm curious now. What is it? God, I hate bugs. I hate bugs. I hate the thought of them. I hate every bug. I think they're all fucking worthless vermin. If you could present the national news for one day, regardless of whether the events actually happen or not, what would be on the news? I feel like I'd give a boring answer to that because I'm thinking about what I would actually want to do. My reels. That's good. That's actually good. That's good. Would you rather get a paper cut over your eyelid or swallow 5 needles? Paper cut over my eyelid for sure. Oh, for sure. Because a needle will do way more damage on the way down. And I'm deathly afraid of needles. One heals, the other is surgery. Possible death. Oh, it's very like, dude, you can die if you swallow magnets. Like, I don't want to know what 5 needles will do. My brain is completely fried. If I can't, I don't even think I can't even think of any questions. You mean one of acupuncture needles or surgical needles? I'm thinking like sewing needles. Yep, shit, fuck that. The anvil flying at the center mass after swallowing magnets. I don't fuck with needles. I can handle needles under no circumstances. I can handle needles. I don't really get squeamish. I get squeamish at like anything that has to do with like fingernails and like toenails and shit. Like that shit fucking. But like needles is like. I used to get my blood drawn like every other week, so like needles were not that big of a deal. Would you rather never be able to have a 3 a.m. water or have both sides of the pillow be hot? Aw, that sucks. I hate that. I'd rather not have the 3 a.m. water. As I something of it's like, dude, you ever fall asleep on a fucking hot pillow? That sucks, man. Like if we're talking like warm, like if we're talking like summertime hot, like fuck, man, that sucks. Like as good as 3 a.m. water is, like that. When you need that 3 a.m. water, though, it's mission critical. Oh, I know. I know. I know. So then you just wait till 4 a.m. to have it. Yeah, but we got vodka for that in Europe. You got replacements. I would rather down mouth. I would probably down mouthwash or something. 3 a.m. milk. I was literally gonna think like 3 a.m. milk. Dude, 3 a.m. milk would go hard. Mouthwash is diabolical. I feel like, dude, no, like he might be 3 a.m. milk might be the move, dude. Oh man, 3 a.m. McDonald's Sprite, dude. Okay, okay, hold on. Sir, hear me out. 3 a.m. Monster. If the objective was to wake up, not trying to go back to sleep, if the objective was to wake up, I pull out a cookie and make it a party. That shit would have you transcending. Yeah, but 3 a.m. milk is gonna be slightly warm milk. Here's the thing, is that if you if you have drank a Monster before, you know how refreshing it is. There's no reason for it to be as refreshing as it is, but it is. It's so syrupy that it hits, it quenches thirst like no other. I don't know why, it just does for some reason. I have had days where I am so fucking dehydrated. 3 a.m. White Monster and a Hello Kitty girl. Oh no! I don't like my energy drinks, not at all. Dude, Monster is my. It's like if I'm on a road trip or like. If I'm on a road trip or something, like I'm grabbing a Monster. I'm treating myself. I love that shit. It's. Because the thing is it comes in those big cans and I like that there's a lot of it. Pickle juice would hit different. See, I've never drank pickle juice. I know there are worse things to drink, but that just does not sound appetizing to me. I never drink energy drinks, but the only one I've ever liked has been Monster. That's the thing, right? You are missing out. That's the thing about like Monster, dude. Is like Monster just hits something different. Like I've had Red Bulls, I've had Nos, I've had Rockstars, but actually, Green Apple Nos at the Long Beach GP went nuts. Okay, that's fair. Europe once again just proving we know what's up. Would you rather give up the first 90% of a blowjob or the last 10%? I don't know. I think you're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot if you're giving up that last 10%. I mean, you're literally just edging at that point. I'd rather jump off a bridge with a cement block tied around my neck. Depends who's getting top. I don't like this question. Would you rather live in a rather live in a bag of milk or have denim skin? Ugh. Ugh. Denim skin just is like that. I don't like that thought. But living in milk, awful too. Neither. I feel like at least with denim skin, you could just still live like a relatively normal life. Like nothing would change other than your skin is now made of denim. So like you're living in a bag of milk. You literally can't fucking do anything. Life would be fucked. If literally nothing changed other than your skin was made of like denim jeans, like should you rather blackout drunk or falling asleep level tired? Would you rather drive blackout drunk or falling asleep level tired? Falling asleep level tired because like I know my ass can stay awake. I know my ass can stay awake. I've pulled all-nighters out of sheer willpower, by the way. Like, dude, like cuz I can't fall asleep anywhere else other than my own bed. I have fallen asleep upright once in my entire life, and it was for a total of like 5 seconds. But that was also like 30 plus minutes of my eyes being closed. Like, there's no way. Would you rather bang the top half of Hulk Hogan, the bottom half of Emma Watson, or the top half of Emma Watson, bottom half of the Hulkster? I'm not going to expose my experiences, but I've had an accident from being tired and nothing else. Fair enough. I think if my objective was to get home, I would like I would rather just be tired. I really like cuz I know like that's the thing. I know what I can do. That's the thing. It's all personal preference. It's like what you know you can handle. I know I can handle myself when I'm tired. That simple. I don't even know how to respond to that. I don't like the thought of it. Just period. Oh, Texas all day long. Easy choice. Easy choice. Florida sucks. Like, I feel like it's a question for Europeans. They wouldn't know, but like, Florida's terrible. Florida is the worst shithole. It's hot. It's humid. It gets tons of fucking weather, bad weather, hurricanes. The people there are fucking crazy. It's awful. Florida is like France. No one likes it. You know what? I've never heard Florida described better. North America has geographically been trying to cut off Florida for generations. At least Texas, like, you're just like... The worst part about Texas is probably just like how flat it is. There's no like geography to Texas, really. It's very big. Like, Texas is as big as like multiple countries. I'm Dutch. But as far as like, you just avoid the big cities and you think there's a problem for me. Would you rather be a pirate or a samurai? Probably a samurai, because I fucking hate the ocean. Most elevation I've seen in my life is 30 meters. Oh boy. Easiest would you rather in my life? Pirate would be a rager. The thing is that like as cool as like the idea of a pirate would be, I think like 1800 or like what era pirate are you thinking? Are you thinking like 1800s, like Caribbean days? Because like that shit looks like hell. Imagine you and your boys manning the ship, plundering booty, pounding ale, Caribbean. Oh, dude, absolutely not. I'm taking samurai all day long. On some Flying Dutchman type shit. I'm taking samurai. I'd rather have rules and regulations and a cool sword. The problem with like swashbuckling pirates and shit is that it's like labeled as freedom, and I respect that. But like, if you get caught, it's death on sight. Like, they will execute you. They kill you. And also, I hate the ocean. Did I mention I also hate the ocean? Just fuck that, dude. Yes, but Samuro, if you fail a mission, you kill yourself in shame. Just don't have a skill issue. Real. Personally. But I want to be wasted off the grog with no skill issue. If I was a samurai, I would ace everything. No one gonna catch me lacking real. It's gonna feel good to be the first one on the ship yelling "land ho." Guessing that's where judo roots come into play though. Been exposed to Japanese war culture for so long. My ass is gonna be the first one to pick up a gun and learn how to rifle it. Because most Japanese flintlocks were fucking smoothbore. Would you rather scream extremely loud, Luigi #1 each and every time you had an orgasm, or have an orgasm each time you see Waluigi? Happens already. Option 2. Option 2. Like how often how often are you gonna see Waluigi? I'd just be less of a Nintendo fan. Just don't look at a picture of Waluigi till you're 2 hours in. You misunderstand. You still have the same stamina. You're still only going 2 minutes. Speak for yourself. I don't know. You still come naturally. The second option does not block your splurging capabilities. Me launching my Wii and already failing on my own before making it to the Mario Kart character select. Oh no. This song is a vibe. I can't even think of anything to say anymore. Oh man. I feel like I'm bad at would you rather's. I'm just like I think about it too naturally of like what I would want, like what I would do. And whenever you get ones like these, I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, would you rather loudly orgasm after every time you off or come every time you sneeze? I don't like either of them. I don't like either of those options. I'm just like, man, dude, it sucks wearing glasses with fucking headphones. Be like spiking a bag of milk at the pavement. Well, that's immortalized. Hell yeah. One day we may forget the context of that quote. I hope we see you that day. I'll do one more and then I need to piss. That's the best quote. I'll take your word for it. Oh, come on. Let me do this encounter so I can pee. Would you rather speak like Borat or have all of your future romantic partners speak like Borat? I'd rather speak like Borat. Are you fucking kidding me? I could make a whole career out of it. I'll be right back. Oh, I returned. I also just realized I don't even need to wear my headphones while I do this. Like, there's nothing sound. Oh, right, my fucking music. Okay, I want my music. Would you rather randomly turn into a fully functioning Roomba for 1 hour every day, or have your legs replaced with pogo sticks? Do I get to choose whether, like, what hour I'm Roomba, or is it randomly? Oh, it's random. Okay, it's randomly. I feel like... Well, I feel like you just revolve your day around being Roomba. Like... I definitely don't want my legs to be pogo sticks because I like to drive. If I didn't care about driving, then I'd probably take the pogo sticks. Because it's like if you get the Roomba situation out of the way in the in the morning, you can just have a normal day. It's like, did I hit my Roomba? Did I get my Roomba quota? Like, that's how I'm thinking about it, at least. Would you rather ask for grapes at a lemonade stand or have a pie flavored pie? I'd rather ask for grapes at a lemonade stand. I know he's got them. That was okay. Like, so I know that was like a biblical piss. Like, I feel, like I feel lighter. I'm losing my mind, brother. I feel that. I don't know, man. I just am like, I don't know, man. I'm just like, I got thoughts in my head and shit. As much as I love these would you rather's, just I just find comfort in 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 just kind of going about my day thinking about God and shit, man. Like just makes me feel, I don't know. I've been just kind of battling shit. Would you rather be able to have sex and never orgasm, or able to have orgasms but never have sex? So basically, just jacking off. I don't know, man. I'm not good with the sex questions. I don't know. They make me uncomfortable. Oh, Critic, you can do better than that. You definitely can for sure. All right, one more of a max type. You can do it, buddy. I believe in you. Would you rather be constantly sticky all over your body forever or constantly itchy? Ah, I think I'd rather be sticky, dude. like being itchy sucks. Like everything about that sucks. Like it's like, have you ever been like had a day where you've been itchy all over your body? It's terrible. It's like I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Like it's awful. And then it's like 24/7, 365 till you die, rather than being like yeah, being sticky would suck. Like or like but at least like being sticky means all your clothes stick to you. You always feel like you're sweating. American Watcher. Shower doesn't fix it. Like it's super oily body. Well, I'm already a pretty oily dude, so I don't think much would really change. I know what being itchy is, though, but like, fuck the itching. Cause like when you're itchy, just your skin is like hypersensitive. I think I'd rather be sticky. It would suck, but I'd rather be sticky. Uh, what are you doing today, Watcher? Are you streaming today? You better be streaming today. I miss you. Yes, he is. He is streaming. And I'm going to lurk in your chat, you little son of a bitch, and there's nothing you can do about it. Matt, would you have more Italian genes, or would you have less hair on your body than now, at the cost of never being able to eat pizza again? See, I'm a hairy dude. I'm a hairy dude. Like, not having body hair is like, for all you motherfuckers who have like, oh god, I want chest hair, I want this, like, I would love to have this. No, you don't. No, you don't. It's awful. I would rather I'd take more Italian genes. I got most of them anyway. All that I'm missing is like more hair, like on my head. And speak with an accent. I might learn a second language. One a more painful one. Would you rather pop an intact pineapple or pee an intact grape? Poop an intact pineapple or pee an intact grape? Oh. Is the pineapple coming out like top down or is it coming bottom down? Because there is a certain direction the spikes go. Because peeing a grape would be, I mean, like, that's something, like, I'm gonna go eat now. Boo! Because, like, the spikes go the bad direction. I think regardless of what you choose, you're going to the hospital. Am I allowed to squeeze the grape to make it smaller in my body? Like, if it gets to the point where it's like right about to be at shaft, or like at shaft, can I squeeze it and make it smaller? Would you rather have a raccoon crawl up your ass or poop a pineapple? What the fuck are these questions? I just don't want to shit a pineapple or piss at a grape. Like, that sucks. Like, everything about that sucks. Fun fact, a raccoon can fit up there. Would you rather be slightly thirsty no matter how much you drink, or slightly tired no matter how much you... Slightly thirsty. Dude, not having enough sleep is, like, hell. Because, like, I'm kind of thirsty right now. Every time I stream, I'm constantly thirsty. It's just, like, my lips are dry, my throat's dry already. Like, I'm sucking down water like it's nothing. But, like... So does an Alexa. The Alexa, at least, isn't that surprising. I just want to be a normal dude. I want to... I don't know, man. I'm just trying to do my best, man. Did you guys watch the new YouTube video, you sons of bitches? Also, I don't think I have the stamp. Here's a real one. Alright. I don't think I have the stamina to upload even a short every single day. Would you rather eat food or pay rent? Like, never eat food or never pay rent? Or is... Because I don't want to pay rent. I never would want to pay rent. What? Like, I'd give up eating if I never had it. In this would you rather that American you're already living in Americans are already living? Pretty much. Pretty much. We can't afford eggs. I don't know what the deal with the egg shortage is. I don't know what's up with that. Like, what? Suddenly, like, a bunch of chickens can't fucking fart out an egg? Like, they literally do that, like, what? Every 2 weeks? I don't know. America's weird. Dude, I'm just trying to live my life as best as I can, while doing the things that I find enjoying. I just... Oh my god. You ever get those feelings like, damn, dude, it feels like a lot sometimes. Like, I woke up today and I'm just like, fuck, dude. I did not... Like, I slept, but I was fighting, man. I was fighting. I really wanted just to, like... It feels like a good handful of things recently have been a fight. Just, like, kind of natural things. Would you rather solve a Rubik's Cube once a day or have to beat the Wordle? I feel like if you, it's like the first couple days would be really annoying to solve a Rubik's Cube. And if it's only a 3x3 Rubik's Cube, yeah, a 3x3 Rubik's Cube, I don't think that would be that bad. Because at some point you would be able to do it without thinking. I already do the Wordle. I'd take the Rubik's Cube just because I don't do the Wordle and I'm bad at spelling. I beat Wordles every day. It's half of my job. And Sudokus. See, I would take the Rubik's Cube because I do think it would get to the point where I could literally do it without thinking. The first couple, like the first month would probably be hell. Fuck is this? I don't know, man. Dude. Oh, that lack of sleep is catching up to me. Ugh. My brain's fried. I don't know how you lack sleep. I thrive off 4 hours of sleep a day. It's so bad for you though. It's so bad for your muscles and shit. I'll go randomly from like getting the best sleep I've ever had in my life to the worst night's sleep and there's no in between. It just like will go back and forth between sucking and the best thing ever. Last night was annoying because I didn't make my bed and all my sheets were tangled and that sucked. There's also some other reasons that I was not sleeping well, but I'm not talking about that on stream. Like to have some reservations. Like, dude, that's the thing. When you're trying to like cut out things from your life and like that withdrawal hits, it's like, ooh. You know how well I sleep how well I was sleeping yesterday. Oof. No, I know. Your sleep cycle's fucked. But like, man, when you're trying to like cut off something that you really, really don't want to do anymore, but like you've done for like a majority of your life, to suddenly not do it is really. I was in pain till 2 a.m. Yeah, that's agony. See, like the thing that like keeps me up at night is like again, like I don't want to talk about it. I think you can kind of imagine if you're a dude, you could probably imagine what it is. Like I'm just like I know what to do, but I can't do it, or I don't want. Like it's not that I can't; it's that I really, 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 really don't want to. Like I'm too young for this shit, and I'm like. I just hate how much control it has over like my body. Just like you just like just kind of beating around the bush a bit, but like, dude. I just want to be at peace, man. That's the thing. Like that's the thing. I just want to like anytime like I think about shit I want or like physical items or the way I want to feel and all that shit. I always just like it's just like the biggest thing that I come down to is just like I just want to be at peace. I want just I don't want to deal with whatever the struggle is anymore. It sucks. I hate it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't want to live it anymore. Like I want to still experience life and all it has to offer. But like there are days, man, where I'm just like I feel like I'm fighting and it can be something different every day. And the thing is that I know if I give in, I have to start all over again and I'm like fucking no. No, I will not cave in to this hour-long like fiasco of wanting something I don't want anymore for like a minute, right? I'm just like I really just trying to work on the self-growth, the self-preservation, the just like because I know it's going to make me feel shitty afterwards, right? If I do that one thing that I'm really trying to avoid, because the way I see it is like I'm trying like I've given myself consequences for it, or like I think about like just I don't want it to have like control over me. It's just like it's a mission, dude. It's a fucking mission that thankfully I'm not doing alone. I don't feel like I'm doing it alone. I'm finding peace in something more. Thank God, actually. Seriously, dude. Like, because I've tried. This is the thing is that like I've tried doing some of this shit on my own. It fucking sucks. There's no. There's. No, this is why like I've started catching on to like religion and shit, man. Like I'm gonna be talking about it more. So that because it makes me feel comfortable. It makes me feel at peace with just like being able to admit it. And it's just a slow process of just building up this reputation and just like this dialogue even because the thing is that the reason I want to talk about it so badly is because it's just like I feel like I'm in this really unique spot to be like I know what it's like to do it on my own and I know what it's like to do it while letting go. I'm taking the letting it go approach every single fucking time. No contest. No contest every single time because I get way too stressed out. I get way too eager. I don't know what's going on. I can't control everything. I have no say in whether or not God wants me to do something, like and it's not like a lack of free will and lack of because my mom sees it as like oh, you're giving up like the good things you've done. And I'm like, no, it's not that. I'm not giving that up. I'm giving up like just like the stress, dude. The worry, the anguish, the fucking impossible hills that feel like I need to climb, the needs, the shoulds, you know? Like it's like one of the greatest things my therapist ever told me is like, don't should yourself, dude. Like you don't need to do anything. You don't. It's just like you shouldn't need to feel these things, right? You're not at the center of your own universe, which is a wild thing to conceive. You're not, and it's like even if you don't believe in something like a higher power, or God, or whatever. Even if you don't, I feel like there is. Like there's just something more than this, and there's something beyond what you do in a day. And the way I kind of get through it is just like go off feel. I'm going off of feelings, man. Like if it makes sense, I do it. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't feel right, I don't want to do it. I don't want to talk about it. I want to get it out of my life or like something like those are extremes, right? Like the biggest one has definitely been like quitting out, like kicking. Like I was never a big substance person, like never like drinking drugs, anything like that. But it's just like I wanted it out of my life. I didn't like the way it made me feel. Get rid of porn. Didn't like the way it made me feel. Uh, talk to my friends more. Cut out some bad friends. You know, bad friend. Uh, people who don't add anything to your life. Things that don't add to your life. Things that only take away. And you know what they are. That's the thing, is you know what they are. Everyone knows what they are. To say you don't is lying. I mean, and again, that sounds really like extreme, but it's true, right? Like I don't believe that you should do something because everyone does it. You do something because it's natural. If it doesn't make you feel good, and like feeling is everything, right? If you're not feeling whatever it is you're doing and you feel bad after you've done it, or like you feel like you're just a lesser version of yourself for whatever reason, it's not worth your life. It's not worth part of your life. It just isn't for those moments. And it's just like a lot of things, like they're usually like things that you just find like good in the moment, you know? Like that's a big reason like porn is like such a big problem. Like it was for me. Like it still feel like I'm not even at a year yet. Like it's been, but I know it's been better without it for sure. Like it used to have such a grip on my life, you know? Like you think about it, you're like you would almost dedicate a whole, like I would dedicate like a whole hour or something. It's just like you're doing nothing, just fuck it. Like who cares? Like you're gonna be alone for an hour anyway. It's just like you can fill that time differently. You can do something else, right? But it's like the thing is, it's just like you get people. I've even had my therapist tell me like this is where it just kind of like you know, even the people that you trust and think have your best interest at heart don't know you. They don't know you. That's the thing, right? They don't know you. It's just like, oh, it's natural. Everyone does it. Everyone everyone has like these lusts in their mind, either for sex or drugs or alcohol, some substance, something. Everyone has those things, and I just when someone says like, oh, they're natural, that's not the answer. It's one, not the answer I'm looking for or want to hear. It's not the answer, period. Because the thing is that like I say this a lot, but it's like I only know because I am, right? A little bit of philosophy in there, right? I know I feel these things, right? We still doing the would you rather's. I don't know. I'm just they seem to have died down, but I'm just kind of going on my own tangent now. But like I had to discuss something with that girl. Oof. Just there are things I feel, and what do you think? Drunk? That's the thing, man. I'm talking about just like substances and just like tendencies and things that like don't work in your life. They don't work. And I know that I take a pretty hard stance on some of these things, right? It's just like, well, they're like I just do them for the sake of doing them, and I do them because I like doing them, and I'm just like, no, dude, that's not. The thing is that okay, like I think of the scene I
What
run.
are you doing, step bro?
That actually scared me. I haven't heard that sound bite in a long time. But the thing is that you shouldn't do them because it's just like okay, like let me paint it like this, right? There was a scene from South Park that I think of really that it nailed like how people see it, right? when you're addicted to something, right? And you do it all the time and you like doing it, right? But you know it's self-destructive. That's the difference. Is that, and some people say they don't think it's self-destructive. If multiple people think it's self-destructive at some point in some way, more or less of it is, right? Like I'll compare it to like working out, right? There is a point of self-destruction, but for the majority of it, it's not. It's healthy. It's what your body needs. It's what you need, right? She got a reason, but no one, I think, justifies being an alcoholic. That girl is completely self-destructive. It's a shame. And the thing is that something like porn and masturbation and all that shit, like self-pleasures, that's what it is. Self-pleasure is just like, but in that scene in South Park is just like, they're like, well, if you stop doing it completely, then that thing still has control over you. And I'm like, no, it's that you're bigger than that. You're more than this experience. That's the difference. It's not that it has control over you. Yes, moderation is key. Moderation helps. But it's like, if you are strong enough, if you have found the power within yourself or within something else to kick it and be bigger than it, there is something beyond those good things, right? Bit protective of her because of it, but she's definitely gonna push me away at some point if she keeps this up. And it's just like, that's the thing that like drives me crazy about like when people don't think like that, or they just think it's just like, oh, if that's your end goal, like if you're doing it in moderation, the thing still has control over you. If that's how you think about it, it will always have control over you if you give it, if you are big enough to fight it, and you are big enough to say like, this is why AA works, right? You can't quit something or someone else just to keep that in mind. That is also true. And the thing is that like in that episode of South Park is that it was wrapped up in the case of like Randy knew it was a bad thing, but he kept doing it because he liked it and it was hurting the people around him, right? Step 1 is that he knew it's self-destructive. He knows it's self-destructive. He does it anyway and goes deeper into it. And I get it. It's a show and it's a joke. And I'm like, right. And I get it. But it's like, it was one of those things that just landed so close that it was just like, but this is how people actually think. This is how people actually think. They don't stop at that first question. They don't stop at that first thought. And that's the part that drives me crazy. And it's not expecting her to stop. She's a friend. She's friends with me. Something instead of deal with it. I hope she stops doing it because this is gonna fuck her over. And it's the thing is that like if you know it's self-destructive, and anybody who is drinking to the point where they are labeled like an alcoholic and they know it's self-destructive to an extent, they know what they're doing, they are damaging themselves. They know. And the thing is that substances is a very touchy subject because it's so ingrained in people. Everyone does it, right? I told her before, the amount of alcohol she drinks is crazy, even to me. And I've heard personal shit from people. It all start. The thing is that people are so, it's so easy, and it's easy to talk about on how destructive these things are, and it's not just like it's genuinely not just like a substance, right? This goes for everything that you deem to be like holding you back, right? This is why I throw porn in there and like jacking off and shit, because it's all the same. It's all the same. You can label it differently. It's all the fucking same. You can voice concerns, but they just figure it out for themselves. Otherwise, they'll build resentment towards you for just trying to help. And the thing is that there's no good way to explain it. Like, there's no good way to get them to view what you know or view what you see. There's never going to be, they will never be able to see your perspective. That's the fucking tragedy of it all. So, the thing is that, like, they have to be the ones who are visually seeing the destruction that's happened from them. and knowing that it can be put back together. That's the thing people don't want to hear. They don't want to know that things can be fixed. They don't want to know that they can be forgiven. They don't want to know that it's okay. They don't want to feel okay. They want to be, because I still struggle with this. I still struggle with thinking that I'm not good enough to deserve things. I feel like a lot of people are like that. But you deserve these things, and you are deserving to be forgiven if you just let go. Give up. Give up to something else. Like that again, like I'm not trying to preach. But there's a reason like something like AA works, right? There's something like the way they manifest or like they do it is just like they say it's not a religious thing, but it is. It is. It's a fully like religious thing. Don't get that shit twisted. But it's like say group therapy, group interventions, friends, finding better people, finding better habits, knowing that there is something within you that can
Unga bunga.
and finding that thing is really difficult, right? And if it's like if you don't view it as destructive and you have a handle on it, there's something like you can do it. You poorly timed. It's like it's individual, right? I can't tell you what you can and can't do because you're you. You're going to be you. You're always going to be you. I know. I'm going off of me, right? That's it. That's all I'm going to do. BRB got to help with some work. Faux show. And for me at least, but she's pushing me away as of now. And it sucks. And you don't want that to happen. And the thing is that like you can voice your concerns. You can be very straight up with them and very blunt. And like, hey, I don't like watching you kill yourself, basically. And the thing is that everyone in that situation has to do something difficult. Everyone will. There's no way around it. It's going to suck. No point of it is it going to be fun. At every point on the path, it's going to suck. That's the thing about falling away, right? That's the thing that I fully believe in. That's the thing that I've realized is that following something that's real, following something that's true is going to be harder 10 out of 10 times. It is always going to be more difficult to heal. It is always going to be more difficult to survive. It is always going to be more difficult to be a good person. It is always going to be more difficult. But it's the fight that makes it worth it. Right? That's why like religion is such a big thing, right? It's when you choose to say, no, I don't like these bad things that happen to me. What do I do? Where do I start? What do I do? Like again, like I've done it both ways, but I'd rather choose the hard thing to be better. And that's the thing is that like even just it's so difficult. It's the like words can't describe it. Because it's so above like your own personality. It's within your humanity to be like, you know, you could go and like beat the shit out of somebody on the street. You could. It would be really easy to. It's really easy to say nasty things to people. But it's like to live those good virtues, to live those good ways is incredibly difficult. And I think that's the thing that people get so fucking afraid of. Because it really is just it's so easy to fall. It's so easy to reject your forgiveness. Because it's one of those things where it's just like, what do you do? It changes. To change is to leave a part of yourself behind, and that's why most people don't want to change. It's not just leaving it behind, it's then turning around and forgiving yourself. That's the part that people don't want to believe. They don't want to forgive themselves. Once they've realized that the bad thing has been done, that they have done a bad thing, they've hurt somebody, they've hurt themselves, they've hurt their family, there's always a secondary party to it. But when they realize that there's something they did that hurt themselves or somebody, they don't want to forgive themselves. I know, because again, I know I didn't. For a long time, I did not believe that, like, after, like, my first relationship, because it ended badly. It ended badly. And I hated the way it ended. I felt such anguish and remorse that I was just like, I really shouldn't have done that. I could have done it better. And then it's just like, you start thinking about, like, oh, well, there was a lot going on in my life. I didn't know how to explain it. I was young. I didn't know how to word it. It doesn't matter, right? It happened. It's over. It was 10 years ago, right? The point is that it's repentance. It's just feeling that you can forgive yourself. I still have the feeling of guilt months later. And it's like, healing will take either weeks, days, months, years, decades. You don't know how long it's going to take, but it's the thing is that you're not alone. I forgive myself for the things I did wrong, right? And I'm only going off of, like, I would tell myself I forgive myself, but I didn't. Right? I would always hold some form of resentment. It's to have an endless amount of forgiveness for yourself, for the other people around you, that it's like, because, like, these people don't think that they can be forgiven. They don't feel like they deserve forgiveness. It's a hard thing to deal with. It's incredibly difficult. It's, if not impossible, to deal with. And people don't want to know that it is impossible. But again, like, when you find something that pulls you out, luckily I've learned quickly to forgive. And it's to be genuine in that forgiveness, right? It's to treat your man as well as you want to be treated, right? It's obvious. It's an obvious human nature thing, because I'm able to truly forgive myself, even if it's hard. And again, I don't know your life. I don't know what you go through on a day-by-day basis, but I just take a look in the mirror. And the thing is that there are a lot of people who don't do that. I was not one of those people who forgave themselves. I still struggle with feeling like, because it was also the way I was raised, right? And just kind of leaving it there. It was just like, you did something stupid, you knew, right? You knew immediately. There was someone in your ear telling you that you just fucking did something really stupid. And you shouldn't feel good about yourself. You shouldn't feel this. And like, it was decades of this, right? And it's fine. It's don't worry. It was just like, but that's why I treated it as something to learn from, right? The lesson wasn't that I did something wrong. The lesson was that even in the most desperate of situations, it can be forgiven, right? And it takes a lot of effort to forgive the people that hurt me, right? My parents have given me infinite amounts of support throughout my life, and it does help. My mom I love to death. She has been my ace every single time, and I never discredit her for that. But there were other people in my life, my family, close family members, and I can forgive them. I can fill them with endless amounts of forgiveness. But the thing is, they're them, I'm me, right? I forgive them, and I don't know, nor do I care, or if I should care, or if I don't know if they want to feel like they need to be forgiven. And for the most part, most people don't. Most people don't care. They don't think about it. They don't think about the way it affects people. They don't see things through that perspective of a higher being, of something more than the person they're interacting with, right? Well, that button, right bumper. I see forgiveness as letting yourself move on from the past, from the pain someone inflicted on you. It's more than feeling the pain. it's so much more that can be like put into words. A forgiveness is a burden lifted. It's allowing yourself to be alive, right? And to someone that might sound a bit extreme, but it's like you hold yourself back from a portion of life by letting that anguish burn and being sad and unforgiven. Again, even if it's towards yourself, it doesn't end. It doesn't end unless you give up. And like I hate to say I wish there was a better way of saying give up or let go of like the need for an apology, for the need for more, for the need of something else, right? I wish there was another way to describe it. But to an extent that's what it is. You need to let go and just forgive. And there's I wish that I knew how to describe it, how to describe what peace is, right? What does the fight mean, right? What does you constantly suffering equal, right? And to truly forgive means to be at peace with yourself, with others, in life and death. And a lot of people very much struggle with that, and they'll never be able to get through that. And because I know what I want in life. And the thing is that I feel greedy asking, like literally asking God for things in my life, because that was something that I still struggle with as like a person. I never felt like I deserved anything. I still kind of struggle with it. I never felt like I believed that my needs deserved to be met. Like a lot of stuff like that. I never believed it. I never thought about it. I always thought that like someone else matters more than me, right? I always put myself like a tier lower than everybody. And that's no way to live. That's no way to live. You're always going to be God's number one. Like that's the thing that people don't understand, and like people just throw away religion, is that you're always going to be his number one. For every annoying, bad, fucked up thing that happens in your life, I believe life happens for you, not to you, right? You can always come back. That's the thing that like people don't get. And I feel like whenever I see like debates about religion, or like debating an atheist about Christianity and shit, I'm like, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. It's not to argue. It's not to fight. It's not to do anything. It's to let go. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference. It's to let go. It's not a fight. There's no bigger Christian than anybody else. There's no better Jew. There's no better Muslim. There's no better anybody than anyone. You're all the same person. You're all the same. You all feel the same things. Like, you are all, like, that's the, like, again, I can't put it to words, but it's just like, you're all the same. Everyone's the same. Like, your opinions and realities are going to be the same as everyone else's, right? It's not a fight. It's never been a fight. It's been the fight is with life. That's your struggle. I'm not religious myself, but I see religion as a wonderful thing. It gives people, it doesn't give people hope. It is hope. It is something more than yourself. It's something that when you see it through a perspective, a certain lens of when, again, like I'm going off of what I lived through personally, right? Where I believed for a long time everything was my fault, right? Everything I did was my fault, good or bad. Everything was my fault. Even if it was inflicted on me by someone else, I believed it was my fault. And I don't know if it helps, but shiny luck increase. We believe it does. And when I was left to fend for myself in the world, when I turned 18 or when I dropped out of school, I realized that I had freedom. I had freedom to experience life the way I wanted to experience life, which is a really big revelation, and a lot of people have it, right? And I lived my life the way I was left. I lived life the way it was left to me, meaning that I just kept doing bad things to myself because that's how people treated me. That's how I treated myself. I thought that was the way it was supposed to be done. Subconsciously, that's what I lived. Subconsciously, that's what I believed in. And like the only reason I didn't believe in like a religious thing was because religion was so actively pushed against in my family. It was never like that. That's how people can influence you. And it's like I lived through it. And I know a lot of people live through it. Like I complain to my mom, like my mom and I talk about like the trauma like we went through with with family members all the time. And but we also use it as comparison to where we are now. And the thing is it took me years to figure out that, you know, it's not me. These things make me feel shitty, right? These things make me feel bad. These things people did to me make me feel bad. The things that I'm continuing to do to myself make me feel shitty. And it wasn't until like you put your foot down and you go, oh, wait a minute. If this doesn't make me feel good, why am I doing it? Why am I feeling like I'm not me? I'm not myself. I'm this version of myself that someone like painted for me, right? Why would I keep doing this? Why should I keep doing this? It's terrible. Like it, and that's the moment where you take control of your life. For me, it was, uh, I was not an alcoholic by any stretch, but every Thursday I would have like a drink and like some like junk food. The only person's opinion in the world should matter is yours, and of course. And the thing is, and it's not even God's opinion. What it is it God wants you to come back. It's He wants you. He wants you. He wants to love you. He wants to show you what it means. Though God loves all equal and forgives all equal, if I believe my religious friends. The thing is that I can't quote Bible verses to you. I don't feel that that is the way to do things. And that's a very nice thought. It is a nice thought because the thing is it's always going to, the core principle is that it's forgiveness. He wants you. He wants your love. He wants to love you. He wants to give you peace. But to get peace, you have to fight. And the fight isn't physical. It isn't mental. It isn't even spiritual at times. It's to choose to be loved. It's the choice to love. Those are the things that are important. Those are the things that matter. If you choose to love, if you choose to see things the way you think and you think God would want for you, you see things differently. Like it's like I don't like seeing, like I used to watch like car crash compilations. I don't have the need, I don't have the want anymore to see bad things happen to people. I don't have the want to see like people bickering and arguing. Like I feel this effect in me that just doesn't compare to anything else. It feels different. Nothing feels like this. That's the side I'm on, where I'm just like, your thoughts should be broadcasted everywhere, man. Genuinely insane. The thing is that I love you for saying that. And I'm so happy you say that. But again, it's just this is life. This is what this is what it's about. It's letting go and understanding that you can be there. It's not about heaven or hell and the anguish of others. The thing is that like if you had to think of like an afterlife, right? This is just a little side tangent. If you had to think about what like an afterlife is, it's not fire and damnation. right? It's not Dante's Inferno. It's not that. It's a world devoid of love. And the only reason I'm saying that is that, like, again, we will never know. There's no mortal being on this planet who knows specifically what it is. Imagine a world without love. Imagine a life without the caring and generosity of others. But there's so many people that would need those words. I want to get this out there somehow. I want to believe that I can get this out there somehow. And it's not, again, it's not me. It's life. You know, like, these are the moments where I take away I'm trying to humble myself, because it's not just me, it's God. It's something else. It's something more. It's whatever you want it to be. To me, it's God, and that's what it is. And the reason, like, you have something like people saying, like, oh, Jesus dying on the cross, suffering. It is a suffering God. It is something, because here's the thing, right? I know. The thing is that, like, the reason the story of God, of Christ, is so impactful for people is because there is one thing that spans across every religion, every species, everything is suffering. And you can say joy, you can say any feeling you want, but there is nothing like seeing the suffering of another that will purely pull you closer to whatever that is, right? And that's why, like, I can't, like, I would never give it justice to try and describe, like, what Jesus was, right? And what that was, what suffering is, right? Your message and that of God moves through the earth, through people, indirectly, because you inspire a way of thinking of people and thinking of the people watching. And it's like, I don't know how to react to that. I don't know how to feel about it. I know what I do feel, and I feel comfort. I feel ease. I feel like there's nothing that can bother me in this space. And it's a space that, like, I've been looking for my whole life. People yearn for peace. People are desperate for it. And this is where I found it, right? This is where I found it. And if that's where I found it, so be it. I'm happy for it. And the thing is that, like, I used to be a full-blown atheist, then agnostic. Like, I just didn't know. And then now I'm here. It was like a natural progression. And again, I went through it all. I went through everything. Like fucking physical, verbal abuse, like emotional abuse, emotional manipulation from family members, you know, like the whole thing. Like, thankfully, like, nothing, like, it was like at a limit, right? I know there are people who have worse off than me, right? Everyone has suffering. Everyone has anguish. Everyone knows what this is, right? Regardless of the scale it is, everyone knows. Anybody who says they don't, they're lying. They have trauma and whatever. I'm not here to dissect, right? That doesn't mean your story isn't one you can't feel bad about. And the thing is that, like, again, it's forgiveness. It's the road to forgiveness. It's the road to feel peace. It's not to feel like you, it's to feel peace. To feel like you are about something, you are part of something, you are for something, you love something, because you know what love is. And love is something that is so, it's a word that's so thrown around, and it's an emotion that people I don't feel they quite fully get, because love is something very specific. It's the good and the bad. It's the perfect middle. I do have to go to bed because it's late and I got uni tomorrow again. But once again, I love the conversation. I'm glad you were here. I'm happy having you here. I'm always happy to just talk. And you guys seem to like it when I talk too. So I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep figuring it out as I go. And I'm glad you guys are here for it. I really am. Hey man, see you next time. Later, soul. I appreciate it. I do want to just we're just going to run through this naturally, and it's everything you want. It's everything. It's just, I wish I could pin down a moment, a phrase, a saying that would encapsulate everything that I'm trying to say into one thing, but I can't. But it's letting go. Maybe there's something, just thinking, maybe there's something more. Maybe there's divine intervention. Maybe there's something else. Maybe this. Maybe. It's faith. It's faith. Because the thing is that when you start believing that you are protected by something more, by something that you have faith in, that you're going to have good times, bad times, everything in between, but you're going to be okay at the end of the day, is that God is there and He wants you to be pure. I'm saying the wrong things. He wants you. That's all He wants. He doesn't want you to be pure. He wants you. He wants you to come back to Him. He wants you to experience what it is. But He will tell you that it's not going to be easy. It's going to be one of the hardest things you ever do. It's going to be the hardest thing you ever believe in. But the thing is, what's beyond that possibility is so much more than can be even conceived, right? And that's the faith. And the thing is that you have to be open to it. Be open to the little things that may come from whatever it is you're looking for. Even if you're not looking, right? That's where faith is so crucial, because you'll live through your worst days. You'll see the next sunrise, right? You'll see, and it's like you'll see bad things happen, but you need to believe that there's something more. Everything you do has a reason. There's no right or wrong timing. And I feel like as I'm talking about this, I'm actively trying to dissect what I'm feeling, and as I'm feeling out these words and these phrases, and because I'm going off of okay, the reason the Bible works so well for people is that everything from the Old to New Testament, there's something within it that will speak to you. And there's a reason it affects people so drastically, right? For me, I just finished the book of Job. The book of Job, I've never read the book of Job. It was the first time I'm reading it. But it was, what do you do when all you know is anguish and everything you've known is stripped away from you? Do you believe that you deserve to be punished? Do you think that, Job believed that he was a righteous man, and he had lived his life, and through God he lived his life righteously, and he lived his life purely in the service of God. And one day Satan comes to God and said, "Well, you have a very faithful follower, but he only is believing in you because you've given him everything." And God says he will still believe in me without everything. If I were to inflict the worst things to him, he would still believe. And so God destroyed his business, killed his family, and Job still believed, still had faith in God. And now you can think on the surface level, that's incredibly fucked up. It is incredibly selfish and petty to do that to somebody, right? But the thing is the deeper meaning of the book of Job is that just because you live righteously, just because you live faithfully, just because you live as a holy person and you believe that you're doing the right things, bad things can still happen, right? And it's people just chalk it up to, well, if God is so all-knowing and all-powerful, why doesn't he just give you good things? It's because it wouldn't strengthen your faith. It wouldn't make you bigger. It wouldn't make you better. It would make you... It wouldn't affect you. If everything were just given to you, you wouldn't change. You wouldn't believe in God any more or any less. If anything, you would probably start losing faith in God because so many good things were happening, and you would lose sight of what the bigger picture was. And when Job is completely depressed and Job is still believing in God, Satan says, take it a step further. He only believes in you because he still has his health. And God inflicted him with wounds and sores and made his... He never had a night's sleep that wasn't in anguish. And again, he still believed in God. And he still believed that he was a righteous person. And all of Job's friends were like, you must have done something wrong. You must have done something wrong. You must not have lived righteously. You must have angered God in some way. And at the very end of Job, they are questioning God's righteousness. They are questioning God's direction. And all it comes down to is you cannot question, or it's that's the hardest thing for like an intellectual, is to you constantly question. And the thing is that like we do question, and it is okay to question. It is okay to try to understand what God does. But at the end of the day, it comes down to this: you don't know why the world reacts the way it does. You don't know why the universe is the way it is. To immediately cast judgment on whether you are good or bad, on whether or not the universe is going to happen to you or not, on whether or not life is going to happen to you or not, is really narrow-minded. You're not opening yourself to the expansion that maybe that it was your faith that got you through it. You don't think that it was the faith that got you started. It was the faith that got you through it, and it was the faith that will continue to pursue you through this. Because if you had no faith and you had nothing, you would die. And the thing is, you would get from someone who's seen the deepest, darkest sides of the internet, you can see that. People who have given up, people who have lost everything, people who don't believe that anything good can ever happen to them. And they give up. They take their own lives. They do something completely drastic that they will never be able to come back from. But then you also see the people who have also come back from it. And they see through different eyes. They see different things. That it was, in some cases, some people, again, we see it as, on the surface level of it being drastic and fucked up. That, you know, like, why are children born with cancer? Like, why do people die of starvation, slavery, evil, malicious people? And it's because they were chosen, right? I saw this reel the other day that fucking destroyed me. It was a father and a son, and his son has cancer. And it was, why do you have cancer? Like, his son, like, asking his child, like, why do you have cancer? Like, it's something a father, a parent, I never want to ask my kid that question. He's like, no parent, no person wants to see a child with cancer. But to then just go like, why do you have cancer? And he responded with, because he was chosen. Chosen to be held by the burden. So someone close to him wouldn't have to. And that's the part that I feel like people miss. And it's really hard to accept that. It's the most difficult thing that you can even imagine for somebody to deal with. And yet, this little kid is handling it with such poise, grace, faith, elegancy, and just is living it and is a part of it. And the lack of fear in his voice, but the genuine love that he showed is something that you couldn't find in anybody, in any saint. Because he knows that he believes that he has this ailment so his family wouldn't have it, and his family wishes they had it so he didn't have it. It's the understanding that it's okay, right? You can't choose who's going to be afflicted, who isn't, who will be, but it's to just understand that this person, this child, is understanding of that and is bigger and stronger than, I mean, anybody I can think of. I mean, like, to be able to have that viewpoint of that, like, you're the you're the window to strength and love and constant purity and just things that are beyond humanity's like understanding and like beyond the words I can even describe. I can't think of just I can't think of words to describe it. Like, and all you want is that child to get better. All you want is them to, like, go outside and play, have fun, live those things. But these things do happen, right? These things do happen, and that's okay. And as fucked up as it is, it's okay. They're in good hands. They're in the only hands that matter. Anyway, it really is just like that's what it feels like to me. It feels like nothing else. And your goal, if you are walking down this path and you're skeptical of whatever of your feeling, be open to being able to feel what this is, because there's no word for it. I don't even want to like rope it into love, because it's more than that. It feels like you are given a key to a locked heart. It's your eyes have been opened. Your life has meaning. Your day to day feels like it has value. Your struggle feels valid. Your struggle feels like you feel like you have a purpose. And at the end of the day, everything will be okay. Because if you have faith, if you believe, and you genuinely follow in the teachings of God and Christ, like it is just, you'll experience something you'll never get from anywhere else. And when I talk about this, I get this feeling of like I've talked about this before, that like I get scared to talk about it. I get scared to describe what this feeling is. But it's a different type. There's multiple different types of fear and anxieties, like the fight or flight, or like fear of like going into work the next day, like an anxiety. But this fear is more like not fight or flight. It is just like careful where you tread. Be open, be gracious, be humble to the things you're saying. Always come back to where you got them. That's the thing. I pray that I always just want to come. I just want to come back at the end of the night, at the end of the day. I come back, and I used to never pray. Like no one did. I don't come from a family of prayer. I don't come from a family of religion, and to just feel like at the end of the day, all my anxieties, through all my just sometimes torment, I feel comfort in that I can come back and talk to God. And it's everything that happens in life is for you, right? It's all for you. It's never not been for you. It's never not been about you. It literally feels like a father guiding you through life to be the best version of you, and you won't, at least again, I feel like you won't be able to achieve the best version of yourself without the Father. The reason you were made in the image you are, the feelings you feel, the things you do, the day by day, the ins and outs of life. And I know that, and it's like I think about it and I'm like, I know some of my family members would be fairly surprised that I'm feeling as deeply about this as I do. But that's part of my life. That's not theirs, it's mine. And I pray for them, and I love them dearly. And I think about you guys too, the people who come here to like feel, listen, enjoy, whatever it is. You're here for a reason. I believe that fully. And whatever it is you're dealing with, whatever it is you're going through, you're here right now for a reason. You have found this for a reason. You have listened to this word for a reason. You are doing everything for a purpose. And more power to you. There's no reason to worry. There's no reason to feel stress. There's no reason to anguish if you let go and have faith. And your faith will carry you through it. And to a lot of people, they don't know what to have faith in. They don't know what faith is. And that's okay. If you just view a void, a blackness, an empty space, devoid of anything, and you just say, I have faith in whatever this is, and I will let go. I give up to you. I personally feel like you will see something different. Something will change. Because for me, it was almost immediate. And it was too soon to be. It's happened too frequently to be coincidence to me. I do wish I had. Like, I mean, I'm exploring this space very cautiously because this is very new to me, and I'm not quite fully well versed in talking about it and speaking about it. But I do know I want to talk about it, and it feels real to me. And I feel like I've never been in more of a better situation and better place to talk about something that I believe in than right now, right? So that's all that really matters, like apart from like I listen to like my friends talk about elections or like politics and what's going on in the Middle East, what goes on in other places around the world, and I'm like, it doesn't matter. Oh my god, it doesn't matter. And there's nothing in this world, nothing that matters more than your faith. Nothing. And that's the kind of point that I'm trying to at least. But yeah, I mean, that's whatever gets you there. Whatever gets you closer to that light, that peace. And I pray you find it. I know you will. I don't worry about things I used to worry about. And that feels amazing. It feels crazy to me because I used to be a really stressed person. I used to be worried about every constant moment. Every day I would worry about like how am I going to make $1,000,000? How am I going to make it to the life I dream of? How am I going to do it? How am I going to do it? How am I going to do it? How am I going to lift my world above my head? And it doesn't matter. Not that you don't achieve your goals. You will. It's not your control, though. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to think about it. You have a goal, you have a guidance, and you should choose, like, look, aim, and fire. But you have to have faith in something more than yourself. And and I believe this now, right? When I'm not at the bottom. I used to be at the bottom, but I feel as though I'm at the middle, somewhere in between the worst it's ever been and the best it could ever be. And, that feels really special. I don't know how or when it's going to end. I don't know how or when things are going to be like a eureka moment. Maybe it just happens gradually and slowly over time. I don't know. But I know I'm not going to worry about it. And then it gives me peace. It gives me hope. It gives me a genuine understanding on just feelings of just, again, it's okay. It's okay. You're allowed to feel these things. You're allowed to come back. You're allowed to be loved. You're allowed to do all these things. And just as long as you're taking those steps to push through the simple pleasures and simple just pull-aways and takeaways of things that you think are making you happy. And again, I'm not speaking for anybody here. I don't know what makes you happy, but you'll figure it out. I have faith that you will. And I don't know who that goes out to, but it can go out to anybody. I believe, and I have faith that you believe, that I believe that you'll figure it out. Because that is the one thing I do feel bad about, is that I can't give you answers. I wish I could. All I know is that if you have faith and find God, things will make more sense. Things will make sense to you. Things will start to add up. Coincidences won't just be coincidences anymore. Things will happen a bit too specifically and too frequently that are out of your control. And I'm not saying to look forward to those things. It's to be open to those things. Whenever I hear stories of people who ask God, they've never been religious, and they just ask right here, right now, if you are real, give me a sign. I will be open to it. I will be open to any sign you give me. Give me a sign. And it happens. And the thing is that it sounds so unbelievable, so far-fetched to a logic-based thinker. To anybody with any shred of conviction who just wants to know the facts, right? They won't accept it. Is it like, oh, well, it could have just been this, this, and this, and this. But as someone who's felt that thing, I believe there's a look, there's a light behind those eyes that you can find genuine feeling behind it. People who are at their lowest point and they get saved and they find that one little thing, they left that little crack in the door. It's completely different than anything you will ever experience. And in my opinion, those simple pleasures, the masturbation, the porn, the drinking, the drugs, they pull you away from that one feeling. They pull you away from that one thing that really matters. That's why it's difficult. That's why it's hard. Everyone has a drug that they're addicted to. Just make sure you find your way back. And you will. If you genuinely believe it, you will. I feel so happy and blessed that I can be in this situation and be in this space to even talk about it at the lengths that I get to talk about it to people who want to hear good things, who want to hear about growth, who want to know that they're not alone in struggling, right? Because it's not, and I feel like with anybody who struggles, it leads them to this. Oh my God, because it's not about rules. It's not about regulations. It's not about doing things in a specific way, right? There's a lot of rules in the Old Testament. There's a lot of rules. But the difference between Judaism and Christianity, that's the thing, is that the Judaism is just the 5 books of Moses, the books of Torah, like that's what it is. And it stops. And it's all rules. It's all rules. Most of it, for the most part, is just rules on how to live your life, how to live to make God happy. But you forget that these are for you. They're all for you. And rule number 1 on top of all of it is just find God. Come back to Him. Be open to Him. Alright, I feel I've said my piece, but it does come from a place that is genuine. I've spent over almost 2 years sitting on these feelings, and it hasn't been until recently that I just can't sit on them anymore. I can't let it just build anymore. It is so real to me. I can't stop myself from talking about it. It's like saying you didn't wake up in the morning even though I'm awake, right? It literally just is like I'm living. It feels like I'm alive. And I just want to talk about it. And I'm very blessed and I'm very happy that, one, I have family that supports me, and my mom has been incredibly supportive. I have friends who understand. They may seem, I don't know, but I would imagine it's a little surprising, but like not out of the realm of like, but it's not, none of these are bad feelings. None of these don't feel like, they don't feel like I don't belong here. And this is coming from someone, like, I'm not baptized. I still don't go to church because I believe that, I feel like a lot of people are figuring this out. And I feel like this is that new age of, religion evolves just like humanity does, right? Like past like 100 or so years, you would go to church to find God. You would go to your little communities to find God. But now God is within everybody, right? And to be saved, to be reborn, yes, these are things that like have been said in scripture, but it's more than that. Like the point being is to come back. It's always been the point. To be loved, to love for something more than yourself, to love in a higher power, to believe that whatever happens for you and to you is because it's for you. I don't know. Whatever, however, whenever you find your way, because you will find it. I'm rooting for you. I'm in your corner, dude. I'm always going to be in your corner. I'm always going to be rooting for you, and I love you for it. It's going to be hard, and it's not, and yeah, I mean, like, it's not like life is going to get any easier without doing it. I mean, life is just going to be hard regardless. That's the other thing. Like, life just is hard. With or without God in your life. It's just hard. And to do it on your own, and I'm not saying like you could be with a family member, you could be in a relationship, you could be married, and it would still feel just as difficult. It wouldn't make any sense to be lifting all that weight on your own to take care of and provide for a family, to provide for sick relatives, and not feel like you're the one needing support. You don't have to be that pillar. Like you can be, and you're probably, and I know I am to some extent. You will be, and you are. But there's something supporting you too. It's a foundation. You can't have a pillar without foundation. You can't have a home without foundation. You can't have anything without a foundation. Whatever your rock is. We'll go for a little longer, and then I'm probably going to. But I love. I'm so again so happy that you guys are here. I'm so. I feel so blessed that you let me do this, and you guys allow me to do this. My family allows me to do this. My friends encourage me to do it, allow me to do it. I don't know. It's like it feels like peace. I'm not worried about tomorrow. I'm not worried about the next week, the next month, the next day. You want to know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to baseball season. That's what I'm looking forward to, man. It's that simple. I'm not worried about the next relationship, the next love, the next friend, the next job, the next dollar. I can say I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not going to plan on anything. I've never been a planner. Even before I found God, even you can go back to my stream, like, well, maybe not that far. Yeah, no, you could probably go back far enough to find clips of me saying like I don't plan shit. I've never planned shit. Any form of structure in my life has fallen apart. I've always done things that didn't make sense to people, even before religion. I've always done things differently. Things never made sense to people. I've never been able to avoid it. It just is the way it is, and that's fine. And that's okay for you too. That's okay for you too. Don't feel bad about it. People are gonna do their own things their own way. And some people need structure, some people love structure. I know my mom does. But like I hated it. I always hate it. I hate structure. I like the randomness of life. Because even when it all goes bad, I think that at least now I can at least have some firm footing on going like I have faith that it'll change. Because I think back to like the worst days of the apartment life. It did end. It was 3 or 4 years of apartment life. And that, I mean, again, I can't stress how bad that fucking apartment was. And even on the worst days, they didn't last very long. That's the thing, right? The good will always be the foundation of your life. There's always going to be something that gives you peace, and that will outweigh like 10 other bad things. And like when everything came to a focal point at the very end, it was at the time of when everything was going bad for everyone else. And I'm not saying things weren't going bad for me and my family, right? Like I had bed bugs in my room. I literally couldn't sleep in my bed for the last month that we lived there. COVID was going on. We had done everything to try and get rid of these bed bugs. We had tried and we went to management. There was no reason. They never figured it. Like they never helped. I had to get a whole new mattress. Everything. I had no place to sleep. It was terrible. And then I had to sleep under a paper thin roof, hearing everything you would probably imagine hearing. And, you know, at the end of those 30 days, my mom said, "We bought a house." And everything changed. And the thing is that I am so thankful to have that one experience that one night, that first night of this house, that first solid I knew it was an immediate, like, the ground under my feet for the first time in the place where I lived felt solid. And I can't explain that feeling. If you've ever lived in a place with shitty floors, like really shitty floors, like literally going from like a hard actual foundation of a house It's unexplainable. Like, I mean, I remember the first night I slept in this house. I slept on the floor because none of our furniture was here yet. I slept on the floor. My blinds were completely open to the street. If anybody wanted to, they could have walked up to my window and looked right at me. But I slept on that floor. It was the best night's sleep I had ever had. And it's still to this day I think about that night's sleep. It was something incomparable. It was the first night in 4 or 5 years that I had slept without earplugs. I mean, that place trained me to be a heavy sleeper, dude. Absolutely trained me to be a heavy sleeper because that silence was deafening. You didn't realize how loud your life around you was until everything goes silent. To say it was a blessing is just not giving it justice. I mean, given it wasn't the worst life anyone's ever lived, but holy crap. It was my life and I lived it and I lived through it and I got to see the end of it. And we're now like we're in a place that I can't even imagine. I never thought I'd be in another house again, dude. And I've been living in this house for 4 going on 5 years now. February 13th, I think, was when we moved in. I'm pretty sure it was before Valentine's Day. But a huge come up, man. And so it's like, again, the only reason I'm speaking so passionately and so purely about what it is I believe in is because I lived it. I lived it. I lived it. I experienced it. I've been through the ups and downs, man. It gets better. Oh my God, does it get better? And it gets really good. Like, and I'm not talking about physical things. I'm not talking about sex, drugs, and money, man. I'm talking about peace. To know what true silence is like. Dude, I mean, thank God. Thank you, Lord. I mean, to know what that is, I hope everybody feels it in one way or another. Everyone's life is different. Thank you guys for letting me speak my piece. Not like you had much of a say in it, but you know, I still thank you. And to be thankful is just on top of that. All of it is just, it feels so like beautiful to be like, I, and all I hope is that I find somebody who shares these same virtues and same like ideals that I do, and I find and with my faith, I fully believe it. I fully believe that there's something happen. I can't. That's the thing is that like I can't think about it. Like literally, like I can't imagine because like I think about what it is I think I want, but it's always physical. You know, it's always like the way someone looks, the way someone feels, the way someone smells. It's always like a physical thing. It's never. I can never imagine the way they make me feel because it's so specific. Like I have like murmurs and just like past experience. Like I have past experiences to go off of, but they're not past feelings, right? It's a very weird balance for sure. And but God knows I know he knows what I'm talking about, man. if I had to chalk it up to a feeling, right? It just feels like a really. It just feels like a smile. It's a genuine love and caring smile. A father would give it to you. You know, like everyone describes it as like it's like finding God is like finding a father figure, and it really is. It really, 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 truly, genuinely is. Even if you've never had like a father in your life, that's what it feels like, man. Like, and it's like anything you're doing in your life that isn't for you, God will let you know, man. I'm getting hungry, dude. Like we're a long ways from this fucking Reggie Rock, but it'll happen. It always will. It seems like Watcher just ended. Damn. But yeah, I feel things are in a good spot. I feel very happy to be where I am. And I need these moments, man. This is like I need streaming in some way because it's just like or just some way to get these thoughts out because it's just like when I live with them and like I just let them compile and it's all meant to be. It's all like some shit is gonna go down, brother. Some shit is gonna happen. And you guys, it's like you guys are gonna be a part of it. You guys are gonna experience it with me. That's the thing that makes me the most excited. If I had to get like any deeper into it, is just that like I fully want to share it with you, and it's gonna be interesting for sure. It's gonna be really interesting. You know what I also think was kind of special about that whole moment I'm talking about? God, my throat never hurt. See, those are like the little things, right? My throat was killing me the entire time. And then we started talking about this. I feel fine. I feel great. Like my throat stopped hurting. Like it didn't hurt to swallow. Just like again, like super nice.
Nerd!
Watcher! You fiend! I was gonna rage you, but you kept blah 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 blah. Did you have a good stream, King? Man, I am dead. I understand. I understand. I did have a good stream. Oh hell yeah, dude. Quick question: do you think Helldivers is worth it for $30? Because I've been thinking about like work was a fucking pain in the rear today, dude. Oh, dude, tell me about it. Talk to your boy. Helldivers is worth. Let me see if it's still on sale. It was 20% off. Because I'm either gonna try and swing it now. Oh wait, no, wrong app. Because I do want to get it. Because I want to play games. I want to play games with my boy. Get Helldivers. I'll play with you when I'm on. That's the reason I want to get it because like I want to. We need more games together other than like War Thunder, because like the games you play, like I don't really feel like playing, and I know you understand that. The games I play, you probably don't feel like playing. Where's my fucking? Let me just search it. Yes, yes, yes. I get it. Fucking. It's 20% off. But yeah, like we need to. I feel like some more like group stuff would be great. I also really want to get that Star Wars mod for it, dude. Oh my god. I really want to get that Star Wars mod for Helldivers. But yeah, I'm sitting on it. When's the Steam Spring Sale? Steam Spring Sale. March 13th. Oh. Oh, dude, I might just wait. It's 29 days away. All right. I'll wait till the spring sale. Because then I'll get a much better deal on Helldivers than 20%. See, I'm being really stingy about it. But I think the time has come. I think there's enough like check Steam. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? 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 Brother. You treat me too well! I don't deserve it. You're too nice to me. Take it. Shut the fuck up. I love you, Watcher. I always will. You're my number one. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I'm so close to stop saying sorry and start acting like a Canadian in the early 1910s. Sorry, sorry. Oh my god, dude. What a day. What a fucking day. This has been awesome. I will download it. I will download it, and I guess tomorrow we will stream it, brother. That'll be legit. Like, that will be fucking legit. But thank you, Watcher. I thank you so much. When I blow up, I'm taking you with me. I'm dragging you kicking and screaming, and then you'll have to quit your job. That's the dream, bro. That's the dream. I think I'm going till 1550. Fuck you. Why are you so nice to me? Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp womp. Womp 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 womp. Womp womp womp. Are you not? Oh my god, you're almost bit leader now too. Oh no. Jesus Christ, man. You're crazy. You're crazy, dude. Stop being so crazy. You're my number one, man. You always will be. You always will be. I'm gonna have to tell Evan the bad news that you're now my number one. Not like there was any contest. Insane in the membrane. That's what I'm saying, Tucker. That's what I'm saying. Absolute blessing is what you are, kid. Absolute blessing. Japanese City Pop at 10 in the evening fucking slaps. That's what I'm saying, dude. That shit's legit. Dude, fucking Spotify's been spitting recently. They've been spinning that shit and they've been nailing the vibe. We got like it goes back and forth between like low key hip hop to jazz to city pop. It's awesome. God, I fucking love jazz. Oh, dude, I did arms yesterday and they hurt. I got back today. Woohoo! Ooh. Ooh, that sounds nasty, dude. This is why I love jazz. Like it just pow pow pow. Gotta put this on the vibe playlist. Oh, I completely missed it. Played Melancholy Hill? Bro. What? There we go. Bro. Bro. Oh my god, dude. You're Damn, bro. like, homie has locked out the subs and the bit goal. Like, dude, what the fucking shit, man? Like, so much for the bit goal I started like 2 days ago. Dude, uh, there is no contest here. I get it, I'll be okay, I'll behave. I'm sorry. Brother, he's crazy. I don't even know how to like what do like where do I go from here? Like what do I do? Like dude, Geo has been bit boss for like actually like a year or two. Like that's crazy. No words. No words, man. Like genuinely. Like what the fuck? Geo is a bit sub boss. Dude, when he comes back and sees that, I don't even know. Like, how do I explain? I'm like, Geo, you're no longer daddy. You are baby. Absolutely kushmoigled to the definition. Oh my god. Absolutely bonangles, brother, dude. Crazy jazz, dude. Don't fear, I told him. I can see that. It's all coming together, Watcher. It's all coming together. That's what I'm saying, man. Who would have thought on a random Tuesday? Who would have thought? As it always does. As it always does. We're getting there, King. We're getting there. We got good jams. No day is ever random. Ain't that the realest shit anyone ever said ever? Absolutely insane, dude. Absolutely banana. Like I still am like in completely floored. It's all part of the plan. Damn straight, dude. Damn straight. You can't script this. Alright, so tomorrow is Helldivers. Abso-fucking-lutely, yeah. Let's get it. Is it better on mouse and keyboard or controller? I feel like it'd be better on mouse and keyboard. Let me adapt my schedule in it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mouse and keyboard. Oh yeah. I'm actually really hype because I feel like, oh dude, if we can get, okay, we'll see. We won't look too far ahead. We're gonna play together and it's gonna be awesome. I want to kill. I want to blow stuff up. I want to shoot the bad guys. First domino to fall. Why is this lady just naming random continents? Oh. I'm gonna teach you how to delete clankers. That's what I like to hear, brother! I want to shoot the automaton. Dude, I'm already gonna look for mods. I'm already gonna look. I want to find that Star Wars mod, dude. I need that shit. Like, the sad part being, I can't teach you the waves of Mevalon Creek. That's okay. Doing that right now. That is okay. That is okay. There will be plenty of carnage. There will be plenty. Plenty of coolant and oil spilled. Plenty of bug guts to be splattered on walls. Bug front kind of sucks. It doesn't matter. We will shoot, maim, decapitate, blow up, scar. Doesn't matter as long as they're dead. I prefer automatons. I am with you on that. I want to shoot the fuck out of robots. I'll kill whatever that moves. That may or may not include my teammates. I don't blame you. For Super Earth, we stand. I got excited for a second and realized it was my own guy. We all must witness the glory of the 380 millimeter orbital strike. The better exterminatus. I want to blast Roboguts. This is why I love jazz. It's just like, you just got a rhythm, you just got a groove. Oh, dude, today has been a fucking awesome day. An error has occurred! No! Start the game again! That was the encounter, bro. That was it. That was the game. That was the encounter right there. That was our shiny boy. Oh, dude, I rediscovered my old stream ending screen. I need to fucking find it again. Oh my god. It's on the gaming computer. It's not on this computer. I don't know. I don't know if I want. I don't know if I like having an end screen for me personally, at least. But I do think it was a vibe. It was a fucking vibe, and I loved it. Watcher, have you ever played the game Stray? Like, dude, if you haven't, you gotta play it. Stray, dude, it's so good. It's so good. Cat game. It was one of those games that just came out, and it was just like, I'm so glad. Like, it's just one of those feel good, like. It's one of those games like you let it sit for a while, and then like you play it again, and you're like, yeah, this is a good game. Like you come back to it. I think this may be the last one, and then I am gonna go make some food, get my workout on, download fucking Helldivers. Like, dude, I've been really fucking with this new Gorillaz album, dude. All right, gentlemen. I very much appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I love you fuckers so much. Like that shit's real. That shit's so real. Like I don't like this feels so right. And these are the days I hate ending stream, but it just feels like that time. And I will see you guys tomorrow, and I love you dearly, and you have treated me so well. Thank you. Thank you, God. Thank you for just hanging out with me, dude. I really appreciate it. That'll be it for me today. I love you fuckers. Kisses. I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah. Bye bye.